Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. Good afternoon and welcome to the May 6th, 2026 City Council meeting. I will ask everyone to please rise if you are able for the Canadian National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, you can be seated. We acknowledge that we are on traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of City Council and City Administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I'd like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of council wishes to speak, use the raise hand function to be placed into the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Some delegations may be attending the meeting today by teleconference to address City Council on various items on the agenda. And I want to give a heads up that a national test of the Alert Ready System Sask Alert will be taking place in Saskatchewan today at 1:55 p.m. It will be a broadcast intrusive alert. This audible alert will be broadcast on television, radio, and on mobile devices. So despite our best efforts, it will make a sound in your pocket. So we will likely take a brief pause to let that happen. Okay, can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? To add the registered list of delegations, to withdraw delegation DE 26-52 Patrick Book, Regina, from item CR 26-44 Real Grant Proposal, and add the written communication as CP 26-29. Add delegation Thomas Benjo from Regina as DE 26-56 to item CR 26-44 Real Grant Proposal, and remove report CM 26-4 Waste Management Bylaw Supplementary Report from the consent agenda, as this item was not previously considered at a main committee of council. Councillor Mancinelli, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Sicklys. I'll call the question of the approval of the agenda. Any opposed? And that is carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the minutes for the meeting held on April 22nd, 2026? Councillor Rasevich, and a seconder. Councillor Flores, thank you. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I will call the question. Any opposed? And carried. We will now consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted on without debate as one item, regardless of the number of agenda items that it includes. The consent agenda for this meeting includes the following items: CR 26-45 2025 preliminary year-end results, CR 26-46 2025 Indigenous Procurement Policy Update, CR 26-47 2025 Report on Forced Labor and Child Labor in Supply Chains, CR 26-48 Year-End Capital Expenditure Report, CR 26-49 2027-2028 Budget Process, CR 26-50 Audit Recommendations Status Update, CR 26-51, 2025 annual submittal, Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. CR 26-52, 2025 annual submittal, Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District. And CR 26-53, 2025 annual submittal, Economic Development Regina, Inc. I'll ask if any member wishes to remove any items from the consent agenda for consideration and debate at this meeting. Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
I would like to remove the 2027-28 budget process, CR 26-49.
Okay, so CR 26-49 we will remove from the consent agenda. Any other members have questions or removals? Seeing none, so all the items with exception of the CR 26-49, 27-28 budget process will be considered on the consent agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the consent with that one removal? Councillor Mancinelli and a seconder. Councillor Zakidniak. Any opposed? And carried. So again, item CR 26-49 is deemed removed from the consent agenda and will be considered by council in the agenda order at the call of the chair. Okay, we'll move into delegation related to item CR 26-42. I'd like to call upon delegation D 26-41, Kevin Reese. You can come to the delegation table. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, once you're settled, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions council has for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor Baczynski and members of Regina City Council. My name is Kevin Reese. I live in Regina, and I'm the president of Carina Developments Limited. Thank you for allowing me to address you today. I've been part of the management team that developed the Greens on Gardner neighborhood from 2007 through to full development in 2024. I'm managing this project on behalf of the owner, Prairiescapes Ventures Limited, which is owned by one of the families that was an owner in the Greens on Gardner development. We respectfully request your approval of administration's and Regina Planning Commission's recommendations. We are planning to develop 28 single-family lots on these parcels rather than an apartment building. Therefore, we request that these parcels be rezoned from RH residential high-rise to RN residential neighborhood. We feel that low-density single-family homes are a much better fit with the adjacent properties than another apartment would be. There is overwhelming support for this application as evidenced by the comments and feedback from the nearby property owners. As for the concept plan amendment, this is just a housekeeping item to align the final Greens on Gardner concept plan on record with the zoning map. I would like to thank the City of Regina administration for their report and recommendation that this application be approved. I also thank Regina Council for your time today, and I would be pleased to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see a couple questions for you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair for your presentation. As I read and as you described, there's a reduction in density. And as the councillor for Ward 4, I've received a number of complaints about various things being overly dense. Were there any people that brought up parking and stuff with that density and the impact on the neighborhood with a lot of the single family housing being kind of not maybe closer to the acre 21 area that you often see it at entry area to a subdivision? You might see higher density stuff there, but this is more buried inside. So did you receive any feedback, around the parking and about, anything positive that they're saying, hey, we want that apartment building?
Through the chair, I don't believe there's anybody jumping up and down to have another apartment building in this location. So no, with respect to parking, what we've done is we're actually creating a lane down the middle of the parcels, and we're going to service those lots from the rear, and there will be parking for the homes from the rear, 2 garages or garage pads for that, whatever it may be. and we are not going to disrupt the streets for the servicing. And so there will be on-street parking. It's barrier curb there, but that'll be mainly for visitors, or if they have a child that might be of driving age, there might be a second car out in front or something. But certainly a lot less parking. I don't think you're going to receive any calls about parking. So you can sleep.
Okay. On behalf of council, or on behalf of myself, full steam ahead. Thank you very much.
All right.
Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So yeah, I have some questions. So in your remarks, you were saying you are managing managing the development on behalf of the landowner. Just to make sure I've got the record straight. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that is accurate.
Okay. And so do you know then, so this is currently a vacant lot. So how long has it been vacant for?
I believe that phase 7 was sometime around probably 2016.
So was that since the start then of the neighborhood development plan? Like, is 2016 when that plan?
No, the plan was started in 2007.
Okay. Since 2016, you're around there.
Roughly
Yeah.
around there, yeah.
And so since it's been vacant since then, has there been other interest in developing that lot aside from what's being proposed today?
Through the chair, yes, there has been a lot of interest in inquiries, but it's all been for the higher density projects, whether that be townhouses or apartments, those types of things. But when the owners bought this parcel from the Greens on Gardner 3 years ago, they just wanted to sort of sit back and see what might be a good fit and how they were going to proceed. And they felt that going to the single family was the way to go.
Okay, so the owners bought it 3 years ago and wanted to make sure they found what they thought would be a better fit. And so can you just explain a bit more why, maybe not their rationale, but a rationale. So why is this lower density usage considered a better fit? I guess we've heard about parking, but what else?
Through the chair, currently experience a shortage of single-family lots, especially in southeast Regina. Mm-hmm. And there does not seem to be a shortage of apartment buildings. And so with that in mind, we looked at the feasibility of redoing these sites to single-family, and it made sense financially, and it made sense for all the residents that live around there. So
Okay.
That was our reasoning.
So you're saying in the area, there's deemed to be a shortage of single family, but not of other, higher density types. Like should someone be looking to move into that, there's more of those than single family lots currently available.
I believe so.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for presenting today. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now consider items CR 26-42, Concept Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment 3631 and 3855 G Crescent. G Crescent? G Crescent. I'll get administration to clarify which it is. After Councillor Radens, I'll get you to introduce the report.
Thank you. At its meeting held on April 21st, 2026, the Regina Planning Commission considered the attached report RPC 26-5 Concept Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment 3631 and 3855 Guy Crescent from the City Planning and Community Service Division. The Commission adopted a resolution to concur in the recommendations contained in the report. Recommendation number 4 of the attached report does not require City Council approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Burton, and a seconder, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Burton, would you like to speak to the report? You're good? Good. Okay, any questions on the report? Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay, I do have some questions for administration. Understanding some of the rationale from the applicant, I'm wanting to know what administration's rationale is, some additional information about recommending this change, especially because generally speaking, in my experience, administration doesn't generally recommend changes to lower density. So just looking for some more information on that rationale from administration.
Ms. Braden?
Thank you. Through the chair. So recognizing that we need different types of housing throughout the city,
Yeah.
and also recognizing that the OCP policy of directing density is 50 persons per hectare. Greens on Gardner is estimated to be at about 53 persons per hectare, which exceeds that OCP policy. And given where this is located next to other single family, et cetera, it's not out of place in that location. And so we are supporting this application.
Okay, you already answered one of my other questions. It's based on the map, it looks like though that this property is near, close to where the new joint use school is proposed. Did that cause administration any additional consideration about like, would we want, like, I guess, what is the impact of being nearby a school? Would administration recommend higher, lower? It depends on the case in terms of density.
Thank you. Through the chair. So there is a significant amount of high density already located around that school. And so I think, again, just having the broad spectrum of different housing types.
Okay.
Normally we would or do encourage high density along major roadways and transit, like those primary intensification areas.
Yep.
In this particular case, we felt the single family was sufficient in this location.
Yeah, and what is lacking in the area based on your assessment?
Through the chair, that would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further questions. Councillor Burton, would you like to close debate?
Sure. I support increased density in certain parts of the city. I support decreased density in other parts of the city. This area of the city needs decreased density. I fully support this motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Burton. With that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We will now consider item CR 26-43, street closure portion of 19th Avenue right of way. And I'll ask Councillor Radens to please introduce the report.
We're not doing a bylaw? My agenda says we are.
We'll do the bylaw readings together after. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you. At its meeting held on April 21st, 2026, the Regina Planning Commission considered the attached report, RPC 26-6, street closure, portion of 19th Avenue right-of-way from the City Planning and Commission Services Division. Kevin Reese, representing Carina Developments Limited on behalf of applicant Prairiescape Ventures Limited, Regina, Saskatchewan, addressed the commission. The commission adopted a resolution to concur in the recommendations contained in the reports. Recommendation number 3 of the attached report does not require City Council approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Rasevich, and a seconder, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Rasevich, would you like to speak to the report?
No, thank you.
Okay, any questions from members on this report? Seeing none, any final words, Councillor Rasevich?
We're going to make some money off it, right?
Is that a question for administration?
Oh, it's okay.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we will now consider the public hearing and public notice bylaws related to the last two reports. I will ask Deputy Mayor Bizo to do first reading of the following bylaws: 2026-28, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2026 number 4, and 2026-29, bylaw to provide for the closure of a portion of 19th Avenue right-of-way. I'll go to you, Deputy Mayor Bizo.
Just give me one moment, please.
Yep.
Thank you very much. I move, second by Councillor Rasevich, that bylaw number 2026-28 and 2026-29 be introduced and read at the first time.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. Councilor Burton? I'll just get your verbal vote. Oh, sorry.
In favor.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, first reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously.
Okay, now I will call upon the clerk to speak to the public hearing portion of these bylaws.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, as required by legislation, the following bylaws require a public hearing. Bylaw number 2026-28, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2026 number 4. The purpose of this bylaw is to rezone the subject property from RH Residential High-Rise Zone to RN Residential Neighborhood Zone to accommodate lower density residential development. And bylaw number 2026-29, a bylaw to provide for the closure of a portion of 19th Avenue right-of-way. The purpose of this bylaw is to close a portion of the 19th Avenue Road right-of-way. Is there anyone in the gallery today wishing to address City Council on any of these proposed bylaws? There appears to be no one, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Bizo, can you please do second reading of the bylaws?
Sure. I move, second by Councillor Teclise, that bylaw number 2026-28 and number 2026-29 be read for the second time.
Okay, do any members of council have any questions? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Bizo, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaws?
Absolutely. I move, second by Councillor Fro, that bylaw number 2026-28 and number 2026-29 go to a third reading at this meeting.
I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Bizo, can you please do final reading of the bylaws?
Certainly. I move, second by Councillor Burton, that bylaw number 2026-28 and 2026-29 be read a third time.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, Third and final reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to delegations related to CR 26-44. First, I would like to call upon delegation DE 26-42, Pat Fiacco. Afternoon. Good to see you, Pat.
Nice to see you.
Okay, once you're settled, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, if any, what city or town you reside in. I think that's obvious. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of council, administration. Yes, it feels equally as weird being on this side of the chamber as it did last Wednesday. I submit this letter to Regina City Council in support of item CR 26-44, the Real Brant proposal. I'm here as a citizen of Regina, but I'm also here as the former mayor of Regina. I served 4 terms, so I have the benefit of a perspective and experience on this particular item. I first want to recognize the citizens who are here in Henry Baker Hall today, especially those who came to address City Council. We're likely to hear dissenting opinions. We're also likely to hear collective agreement. Despite these differences, what brings everyone together today is we each care deeply about Regina. It's easy to share your opinion on social media, but it takes courage and integrity to stand in front of City Council and use your voice meaningfully. So I commend everyone who is here today. Nothing is permanent. Cities evolve, infrastructure ages, and opportunities come and go. The decisions we make today will help shape Regina for decades. Brant is making what could be one of the largest private sector investments in Regina. This is not just a financial contribution, it's a long-term commitment to the future of our city. Real has served Regina very well for many, many, many years and many generations. However, its current structure limits their ability to take on risk in the same way the private sector can. The facilities are aging. They require significant capital investment. For Real to deliver a higher quality product and improved experience, it would require substantial investment from our citizens. This would likely result in a significant property tax increase, and maintaining the status quo would also place the burden on taxpayers. This proposal shifts financial and operational risk away from taxpayers and onto the private sector. Brant is committing private capital investment and assuming long-term responsibility. If events or facilities underperform, taxpayers will no longer be responsible. This is a benefit to the community that will be felt by households and small businesses. Community access remains a priority. They'll continue to enjoy recreational use, cultural, sporting, and agricultural events, and entertainment and conventions. Real, as we all know, is located between the Warehouse District and the Downtown District and can drive tremendous economic spin-off to the restaurants, retailers, and hoteliers in those districts. It also improves Regina's position relative to other Canadian cities. It enhances our ability to attract major sports, entertainment, cultural, and convention events. It strengthens our reputation and appeal as a destination city. Private ownership strengthens accountability. It improves operations and enhances the overall experience for residents. Brant has demonstrated long-term commitment to Regina through investment in sport, healthcare, emergency service, disaster relief, and food banks across Saskatchewan and Canada. Their track record shows their investment in community is deeply rooted in their values and with Regina's future in mind. If there were other prospective buyers that wanted to invest in Real, I think they would have come forward by now. Brant has been an anchor tenant of Real for 12 years now. They understand the complex and costly infrastructure challenges of Real campus. They also see the potential it has to become a world-class sports and entertainment district. I trust City of Regina's administration to deliver recommendations to City Council that are in the best interest of taxpayers, because they're taxpayers too. They're affected by their own recommendations, and I trust their knowledge and their diligence. I have the benefit of understanding how deeply important trust in our administration is, and their own understanding of their accountability to City Council and the taxpayers. I'm confident that the recommendations they brought forward for real grant proposal are in the best interests of our citizens. And in closing, this is an extraordinary opportunity for Regina, and more importantly for our citizens. It addresses long-standing infrastructure challenges. It reduces financial burden on taxpayers, and it positions Regina for long-term growth and success. I respectfully encourage City Council to accept this proposal on behalf of the citizens of Regina. I love Regina, and I want what's best for it and for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Pat. I see a question. Go ahead, Councillor Siklees.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, and to you, Mayor. Thank you for being here again. Pat, can you tell us, during your tenure, the kinds of things that were built during your time?
Well, I had the fortunate of having an amazing city council, an administration that recognized the opportunities that were presented to us. We took full advantage of the Canada-Saskatchewan Infrastructure Fund in those days, and we were able to put together a project. It needed to be a minimum of $25 million. We were able to put together a project that involved the Big Dig and the building of the indoor soccer facility, which really was about the Canada Games at that time, back in 2005, if you recall. Mm-hmm. So that was a tremendous investment, and of course, it's been well used by our community. Then came another opportunity through both provincial and federal governments. Obviously, these are a third contributions, and we built the six indoor rinks. And of course, there was other requests that came from Rural that indeed we had invested in. But those were the two major projects.
Thank you. And one more, and this one is the topic that everybody loves, which is tax. We've heard before that we're recipients in this council of years of zero tax increases, and I'm not so sure that's 100% accurate, but maybe I'll leave it to you to explain how many years of 0% tax increases were there during your tenure?
So I was mayor of Regina from 2000 to 2012, and there was 1 year where we had a zero property tax increase, and that was in 2009. I think the average property tax increase during that time was about 4%. So this myth of years and years of zero property tax increases in Regina is absolutely a myth. That's not the case. We certainly always kept in mind to try to keep the property taxes as low as they can. Always keeping in mind how much is it that the property taxpayer can pay during that particular period of time, because every year is different. Every decade is different. And as I said earlier, nothing is permanent.
Thanks for that, and thank you again for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you very much for being here today and for your presentation. And I know our focus is on the future, and moving forward is my reminder to myself here. However, I do want to talk a little bit about status quo and history and the accountability to this community. As you mentioned, you were mayor from 2000 to 2012, and it's been 14 years since you have not been in office. I'd like to address your comments and ask, when you were on council 12 years ago, for 12 years, I should say, at any point did you or council put parameters or solutions to ensure that real property that is a municipal corporation from future degradation? Did you at any time put a plan in place to protect these properties?
That's a great question. I think it's important to understand how we interpret it, obviously, is that the Real District had its own board of directors that were responsible, obviously, for reporting to council. So any advice that the board came for, any recommendations, in most cases, council had approved.
Okay, thank you for that. And at any point, I think we have board members or council members on the board. And I'm just kind of wondering, and even from this council, that perhaps should be something that was put in place. And so we're talking 20 years,
have a
25
question there?
years now. I do
Councillor
have
Adams?
questions, yes.
I just want to pause for 1 second. So
Yes.
I'd like us to stick to the matter that we're considering at hand. I don't think reflecting on decades ago is something productive for what we have in front of us today. So if we could focus our questions on what we're deciding on today, I think that would be most productive.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, thank you for that. And I do think that accountability is important and for past to why we are currently at the place we are. And so, anyways, I think we'll leave it at that. Just thank you again for your service and your commitment to loving our city as we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. I see no further questions, Pat, so you can return to the gallery. Thanks for presenting today.
My pleasure. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 26-43, Tagada Das. You can come to the delegation table. And once you're settled, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, if any, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions council may have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mayor Bashinsky, members of council, my name is Tathagata Das, and I am here today as a concerned resident and taxpayer of Regina to speak in strong support of recommendation CR 2644. For years, we've sat in this chamber and heard about the mounting financial pressures at the rail district. We've seen the reports on the staggering infrastructure deficit and the status quo that simply isn't working for the people of Regina. Today, we have a clear private sector solution on the table that doesn't just patch a hole, it fixes the foundation. This deal with Brown Properties is the off-ramp from a fiscal dead end that we have been looking for. Let's talk about the numbers. The city is currently staring down $79 million in maintenance liabilities over the next 5 years. That is money that, under the current model, would have to come directly from the pockets of Regina homeowners and small businesses. By approving this sale, we aren't just receiving a $6.5 million cash injection. We are successfully transferring those massive financial risks to a private partner. While some have questioned the 5-year tax exemption, we must look at the math. The cost of that exemption is a drop in the bucket compared to the $10.8 million in annual operating costs the city will no longer have to carry. This is a lottery win for the taxpayer, allowing the city to focus our limited resources on core services like roads, safety, and community programming. We all know that the Brown Center and the Queensbury Center are aging. They are the heart of our entertainment and ag sector, but they are tired. Brandt has committed to a $113 million vision, including $15 million in immediate upgrades. We have a massive opportunity on the horizon, the 2027 Grey Cup. We cannot host the Grey Cup in facilities with failing roofs and outdated sound systems. By bringing in a partner with the capital and the local expertise to move quickly, we ensure that the Real Campus remains a crown jewel of Saskatchewan rather than a liability. This investment represents one of the largest private sector commitments in our city's history. We should be welcoming this level of confidence in Regina's future with open arms. Finally, I want to address the human side of this deal. This proposal provides certainty for the 700 unionized workers whose livelihoods depend on these facilities. Brandt has committed to honoring existing collective agreements, providing a level of stability that Real in its current state simply cannot guarantee. Furthermore, this deal secures the future of our most cherished traditions. By baking the protection of Canadian Western Agribition and the Queen City X into the agreement, we are ensuring that the spirit of the X lives on, but with professional management and capital needed to make them thrive in a modern economy. This isn't about losing a public asset, it's about gaining a sustainable future for our public traditions. Council, the choice today is between a known growing deficit and a known private sector investment. Delaying this decision won't make the buildings younger or the debt smaller. It is time to be bold. It is time to let a local success story like Brandt reinvest in our community. I urge you to support this recommendation, save the taxpayers $79 million, and give the Real District the future it deserves. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your presentation. I'll check if any of my colleagues have any questions for you. I don't see any questions. Thank you for presenting today. You can return to the gallery. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 26-44, James Elliott. Afternoon, Mr. Elliott. Once you're settled, I'll get you to do the same. Introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, today, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions council has. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. My name is Jim Elliott, and I've been coming to this chamber for at least 25 years and have been living in this city for more than 50. So the decision about the future of part, if not all, of the real land in building is up for discussion in my mind. And the control over what happens in the city and will be taken somewhat, or if not totally, away from real staff, city administration, or citizens of Regina. The swiftness of the takeover is readily apparent because, in my mind, when the predator sees the prey in a vulnerable place, the action must be quick, strong, and unrelenting. The problems of this proposal currently encountered by the city has its roots in this chamber. It's somewhat disturbing in some nature that former mayors of this city are now considering supporting this proposal, when in fact I think in many cases, along with the councillors that were there at the time, were in fact creating the problem. Now, as I stated in my presentation, I did refer to a 0%, and as the previous delegation pointed out, there was one. But my response would be if 4% created a $79 million deficit in infrastructure, then 4% still is not high enough and probably should have been considered higher. And as for the next dozen years, what I would say is that previous councils and mayors have not done their job to maintain these buildings. And again, this is the background that I think we need to have today, as well as know about what I see in some respects is more of a let's sweep it under the rug and forget about it. Now, as I've stated, I've gone to many meetings as well as listened to many discussions around this proposal. Now, firstly, this may well be a great opportunity for Brant to, at the expense of taxpayers of this city. It's almost free for them to make more money than what they do now, and we as taxpayers have given up any manner of control over 2/3 or in fact 72% of the capacity of these buildings. Financially, we're seeing a commitment of $15 million initially for what I see as paving of the parking lot and some work on the facades of the building, but I don't see any identified understanding of what's going to happen with the remainder of the deficit. This city typically has a 5-year rolling capital plan. I didn't see that in their proposal. So when that will happen to cover off the expenses, I guess one might never know. I also see this as a wealthy corporation that should be paying taxes, should be paying for a lot more than what they currently are proposing. We've also seen in the cases of public record that the Brant Corporation has $4.5 billion worth of income each year, and yet they're forcing the city to pay for stuff that, in fact, I believe they should be paying And again, if this is what a community partner appears to be like, I'm not sure whether I would like to have them as a partner. It's been also stated many times that the transparency in this project, I think, is what I would consider a joke. We can't see a lot of the reports. The city employees were given a non-disclosure agreement, so they can't talk about it.
30 seconds left.
And I think the other aspects of the report still haven't been there, and in fact, we even haven't found out how much tax they're willing to push onto the taxpayers of this city. I've got a lot more in this, as you probably have seen and read, so I will leave it at that. But I think, as I've said in the past, we need to have a lot more discussion about these types of programs or projects. And we've known this for close to 10 years, and yet we seem to be doing this all at the 11:59 of the day. So I'll leave it at that and be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Elliott. I'll check if any of my colleagues have any questions for you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you, Jim, for being here and for presenting. You mentioned that you attended many council meetings and budgets over 25 years. What do you think about this proposal?
Well, in a general sense, I believe that the city is giving away a lot of revenue, both in the sense of taxes, but also the costs that we're going to be incurring. I also look at the International Trade Center as being a significant income location. Estimations at the top end are $5 to $6 million worth of revenue, and yet the city is only getting $500,000 worth of income from that building. So, as I said, I think we're paying for a lot more than what we should, and therefore we're foregoing a lot more of relief to the taxpayers, or in the cases of new projects, we're not able to do that because we don't have the money.
Okay, so you mentioned that you were looking for a 5-year plan and a strategic plan as well within that. So what would you like to see in a 5-year capital plan going forward?
Well, I guess very similar to what you see in your city administration's annual budgets, the idea that, yes, Brant is planning to spend $15 million, whereas his part of the agreement is to spend $15 million in the first 2 years. But as I said, I would like to see at least a further 3 years worth of plans of and what they're going to spend their money on. Without any assurances that will happen, I guess I'm worried about the potential that that infrastructure will continue to not be fixed, and we will be in a position where those buildings will further deteriorate and perhaps have to be torn down.
So you mentioned the taxes, and how do you as a resident of the city feel about not getting the taxes on this property?
I think as a citizen, I feel that the corporate businesses in this community should be paying their fair share of taxes, and therefore when I see an operation that's proposing to make a fair, substantial source of revenue for that corporation, that just like any other building or mall or those types of things, they should be, paying what's an appropriate level of tax. Now, I guess we have some instances where, like if someone builds an apartment in one of the housing, strategy locations, they do get a 5-year tax exemption. And I'm not saying that may not be appropriate for this one, but I don't believe they should be given tax relief past that 5 years.
Okay, thank you. So you had also talked about a little bit about history, and I think that history is important to know and where we are today. And as a person that's been attending council for 25 years, and including committee meetings, etc., what do you think is what would you propose as a solution for where we are right now? I mean, this seems to be a good proposal on the table, but what's your thoughts on that? What's a good solution? Is there any other?
I guess because we're at the 11th hour and are needing to put some more substantial revenue into the city's budget in order to cover that shortfall. I think we're basically left with two options. One is to go into debt to pay for that, and again, I would try to encourage it, to be as short as possible within the reason. But again, coupled with that, I would go into a lot more an active discussion around the use of the property, use of the buildings, because in the sense that those buildings could be making a lot more revenue for the city than they currently are. I think that would be an appropriate coupling of those two pieces, because both in the sense that it would be generating revenue for real, it would also be reducing the burden of that debt, and therefore, again, shortening that and perhaps reducing the debt costs that the city would have to incur. Like I said, I see that as perhaps at this point the only other option other than the proposal you have before you.
Okay, thank you. So as my final question is, as a resident of this city, how do you feel about selling off a municipal publicly owned corporation?
I guess I'm worried that, and again, depending upon the purchaser of that property, as to whether the value or the public good that those facilities or property provides to the citizens of the city, that will necessarily be the first priority of the purchaser. Many times, if it in fact is a corporate purchase, it's been widely stated, numerous times, that their first priority is to make money. It's not necessarily to be providing a public good, and I see that as being, as I've stated in the presentation, significantly reduced in the sense of the broad sense of the real district, because if 2/3 of the property we have no control over, then I'm worried that public good won't necessarily be as high in the use or the development of that property as it could be if it was in a nonprofit corporate organization that was owned by the city of Regina.
Okay, thank you so much for being here and answering my questions.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for presenting today, Mr. Elliott. You can return to the gallery. Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 26-45, Michael Fougere.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have to tell you, this is a very different perspective from where I sit.
Yep, same here. Okay, so I'll get you to do the same. To introduce yourself for the record, the organization representing today, if any, the city you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Michael Fougere, citizen, member of City Council for 23 years as a councillor and 8 as mayor. I did make the meeting last week. I was actually busy, couldn't attend. But I want to start by saying I fully support the recommendations before you today. In fact, this is a very exciting opportunity for the city that we haven't seen for quite a while. So I do say that I follow council from a distance for the past 5 years, and this item caught my attention because it's a seminal decision that you'll be making today. So as I went through the report and read in the newspapers and talked to individuals around the city and heard from the discussion last week. Very hearty discussion, very positive, and I do believe that the council executive committee made a good decision to refer this to council for approval. So is this the best deal for the city? And I think that's one question to ask. And the way to answer that is there any other proposal before the city for you today? Has there been? And from the delegations I heard last week and general conversations, no one is stepping forward to do what Brent wants to do. And I say that this is an important decision because there definitely are risks involved for both parties. For the city, the risk, of course, is the loss of those buildings. But the risk for Brent is significant as well, because they're taking on a lot of risk of refurbishing those buildings and really setting in motion the vision that they have for the city as a whole. And I think that's really quite exciting. There was some discussion about whether we should have another evaluation done of the report. And I would say that would be a mistake. And the administration's report is thorough and complete, and has provided an assessment and evaluation of the risks from all parties going forward. So from my perspective, that question has been answered. And if it was the wish of council to move into a different direction, you would lose this opportunity. And I think that would be, from my perspective, a lost opportunity. The real board of directors acting on behalf of the city has had a large number of successes over the years. But that business model doesn't work anymore, and it's quite clear that is the case. So I look at the vision that Sean Semple and his team has, and I looked at the displays that were on executive committee and online, and I just think this is an exciting opportunity to bring about a sport and entertainment, a destination for the city that we have been lacking. Not for trying to, but the lack of trying. This is an injection of capital, of ideas, of connections that I think is really important. And I would ask members of council not to forget this is a partnership with the city of Regina. We are not divesting of some important buildings here. The Mosaic Stadium, Cooperative Center, Affinity Plex, and the International Trade Center remain owned by the city of Regina. There are performance measures throughout, as I understand, of if things don't happen a certain way, then they revert back to the city, et cetera. So there are off-ramps for both parties if things are not working out. It's a well-thought-out, well-considered approach, and I can't think of another approach that would provide the animation and the destination that we want to see at real property that we've all had wanted for a long time. We all sit around these tables for years, and we love our city. We want to make it the best place for the city. That's what we have in our heart. I feel the same way, and others do as well. In you making this decision, remember that it's a partnership, and that you will have not total control, but a huge influence of what happens on that site as owner. So I'd ask that you please take the long view and see what happens. Brand Industries has done a lot for the city. And if you look at, if you want to talk about how they would be a partner in the future. Look what they've done throughout the city, particularly with ice hockey and now with baseball. They have a long-standing, strong relationship of providing results and being a great partner. I see no change in that whatsoever. So I would ask that members of council please approve the report before you today and allow us to see a great destination for our city for sport, entertainment in our city. So thank you very much, Your Worship. If you have any questions, I'll answer them.
Thank you for your presentation. Did any members have any questions? I see no questions. Clear presentation today.
That was easy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for presenting.
everyone.
Yeah, you can return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, next I'd like to call upon delegation DE 26-46, Dan Neer. Oh, he's on virtual, so we'll just see if once we get Dan on. Dan, can you hear me online?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So, Dan, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Excellent. Thank you and good afternoon. My name, once again, Dan Neer. I'm calling in from Calgary, Alberta. I apologize for not being there in person. However, the WHL hosted its prospects draft this evening here in Calgary, and I was unable to travel. I'm appearing on behalf of the Western Hockey League, the major junior hockey league that includes the Regina Pats that make the Brant Center their home, and I've been the Western Hockey League's commissioner since 2024. I'm here to express support for the proposed transaction involving Brant, the city of Regina, and Real, as outlined in the report before council. I've written a letter in support of this proposal, which is included in the package that was provided ahead of time. Your worship, members of council, and guests, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Many of you heard from me last week where I emphasized the topic of facilities and specifically the concern I have around the aging nature of facilities and the lack of available public funding to engage in capital projects that modernize our building to today's standards, both for fans and for players, and how private investment represents a rare and important opportunity for junior hockey, not just to survive, but to thrive. Although I wasn't able to stay all day, I did listen to the balance of the delegates, the perspective of the executive committee, the work of the city staff, and of course, Sean Semple's commitments and ambition. I'd be remiss if I didn't commend everyone involved for the thoughtful care that's gone into the process thus far, because what's apparent to me is everyone is genuine about their commitment to the citizens of Regina. Varying opinions, challenging assumptions, it's healthy and it's a democratic way to conduct business. Not long ago, I was in New York at a meeting hosted by the NHL, discussing the rapidly changing landscape of junior hockey. Aging facility infrastructure is frankly my biggest challenge. When we were in New York, one of the things that Gary Bettman talked about is no deal is ever perfect. While we all represent our constituents and leagues, we shouldn't lose sight of the big picture, and it's the overall health of the game. I take this to heart and I draw parallels with the decision that council makes with respect to the Real District. On balance, it's essential to acknowledge that while there might be an aspect of the deal you think could be better or might be more comfortable or safer to kick it down the road, the opportunity for the city with this arrangement is one that undoubtedly would be a massive win for nearly any of the Western Hockey League's municipally owned facilities. There's a big difference between keeping the lights on, the ice frozen, and a little fresh paint, and truly investing to modernize the fan and player experience. The oldest WHL facility, the Veterans Memorial Coliseum in Portland, Oregon, just played its first season after a $50 million renovation project that included new seats, new locker rooms, LED rink boards, while addressing major structural back-of-house issues and safety standards. This season, they're scheduled to replace their scoreboard, another multi-million-dollar project. These investments are not for the faint of heart. From what I've read and heard from administration and others, these types of upgrades that the Brant Center requires needs to be funded by taxpayers and would compete with other much-needed investment from the city and may require additional taxation to fund. Brant has the means to modernize the facility. operate in a way that Regina deserves and needs, with junior hockey at the center, flanked by events and activities fueling the economy, restaurants, hotels, and other local businesses. And Sean might not like hearing this, but there's no guarantee he'll ever earn a positive return on this investment. I can promise you, even under optimal circumstances, junior hockey is a hard business. It typically represents 100% of an owner's passion and often 0% of their operating profit, if there are any at all. As was testified in the executive council by Harvard Developments, most developers or real estate experts wouldn't think of taking on this deal. Every third season, a WHL market hosts the Memorial Cup. Last time through, it was in Kamloops, and later this month, the 2026 edition will be in Kelowna, BC. That means we're only 18 months or so away from when centers begin the bid process for the 2029 event, which will once again return to a Western Hockey League facility. Facility upgrades, integrated campus, and Sean's leadership represents the type of initiatives that could position Regina and the province of Saskatchewan to make a bona fide pitch for this event. The 5 Saskatchewan clubs in the Western League represent an important part of our league's history, and as you're aware, the Pats are arguably junior hockey's most historic and storied franchise. The province, the city, the season ticket holders, the players, everyone deserves a step forward. Opportunities don't like this come around every day. I'd urge the city to endorse this exciting investment in Regina. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neer. Colleagues have any questions for you? I don't see any questions. Thank you for presenting again this week. You can sign off from the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 26-47, Judith Verisic. Hi, Judith.
Hi.
Okay, once you're settled, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, if any, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions we have. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Judith Verisic. I'm here on behalf of the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, and I reside in the city of Regina. On behalf of my board, thank you for the opportunity to provide our comments on this report. As an organization representing the interests of over 600 business members in our downtown, our role is to support the members through a range of business and community services to grow and improve the downtown, including advocating for the needs and interests of our membership. While our organization's primary focus is on improving the downtown business environment, we also need to consider and assess initiatives taking place outside of downtown that have an impact on our district. We recognize the scale of investment and improvements required with the Real District are significant, and as outlined in the city's report, extend beyond the current financial capacity of City and Real to sustainably address in the immediate future. In this context, the proposal introduces a potential path forward that leverages private sector investment to address the financial and operational challenges that Real District currently faces. The Real District is our neighbor. It's a neighbor to downtown, as both areas are located within Regina City Centre. The city centre serves Regina's core, connecting downtown with nearby neighborhoods and major civic, cultural, and recreational destinations. A revitalized and active Real District has the opportunity to generate visitation and economic activity to surrounding areas, including downtown. Increased event-driven traffic will positively impact our members, both the businesses, restaurants, and hotels, as well as improve perceptions of downtown. While many of the details of the proposal remain subject to further negotiation, RD Bid is supportive of the proposed private investment, and we encourage the City of Regina to undertake the due diligence necessary to ensure that public interests are recognized and protected. We will also support any future investments that Brand and Real District can make to improve the connectivity within the city center and leverage the many investments our community has made in downtown Regina. We look forward to working collaboratively with Brant, the City of Regina, Real, and our fellow community partners to help ensure that future improvements will create meaningful opportunities for local businesses and contribute to a more vibrant and connected city. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll look to any questions members have. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. My first question to you is a question I had asked administration, but they, I think you'd be better suited to answer for that I had asked last week. So I had a question from folks, a couple of folks related to, is there any concern for investments that we're making in other parts of the city and how we're trying to attract folks downtown or warehouse improvement districts? So for downtown, if we have these concentrated investments happening at the Real district, the question was, is there a concern about attracting folks to go downtown instead? So I see that you're here in support of this proposal. Can you speak to that concern?
Sure. I think going back to since I've been here, previous councils before you characterized the city center as being the city center, warehouse, downtown, and Real. If you looked at some of the previous studies that have been undertaken, I think collectively we try to work collaboratively with each other to help support one another. Regina is a small community. It's not like we're 20 miles away. I walk to Rider games. I walk to the district from downtown. So it's not that far. So those spin-off effects that we hope to have with this investment, I think it's not unreasonable to expect to see those. Okay. And if we work collaboratively, we can capitalize on that and make that even more heightened.
Okay, thank you. And then also you had mentioned, that RDBIT is supportive and encourages the city to undertake the due diligence necessary to ensure public interests are recognized and protected. Did you have, aside from continuing to work on the deal, is there something, and finalizing it, is there something more specific that you are recommending? I just wanted to clarify if there is or not.
Through the chair. High level, again, we didn't have a ton of time to address this, but I thought some of the comments you had made and other delegates had made last week about that connectivity with shuttle or some sort of transit service, that's something that works out very well for the riders. However, we don't have it for PATS games. Now, mind you, there's different volumes and different ways to make that work. That's always been a challenge for conferences that have come to town, where the conference is happening over at Real District, and we have delegates who are staying in the downtown hotels. I spoke about being able to walk it, but that's not always an option, especially if conference is coming in the wintertime and people are coming from different destinations without the appropriate gear. So whether or not it's a transit shuttle, a greened pathway, I know the city is working on the SAS Drive corridor plan, but perhaps accelerating that, prioritizing, making sure that pedestrian pathway is clean, it's safe, it's well lit, and it becomes enjoyable for folks that decide they do want to take that walk instead of perhaps transit or driving to the campus.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair. Hey, Judith.
Hi.
So I know last week, like Mike Tate was here representing the Chamber of Commerce. He represents 1,300, I guess, members. You represent 600 members. I'm wondering, what kind of feedback have you been getting from your members?
Through the chair, that's a great question. Our members do overlap too, so they reside in both areas. Some of the feedback is great opportunity. We should take a chance. Everyone has observed the requests that have come to council in the past to support capital operations over at Real, and it's always a challenging discussion. So this is not news to anyone, any of our members. We've all kind of watched what's happened over the last couple of years. I think there's always concern about business transactions between public entities and private entities, and that's why we made sure, it's the city's job to protect public interests and make sure that those interests are protected. But there's always a small amount of skepticism, but I think this is the point where my board is saying this is something we should truly look at with the understanding of the financial situation that our community is in, as well as the state of the buildings on the real site.
There's the board's in support.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thanks for presenting, Judith. You can return to the gallery. Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation D 26-49, Ali Cheyenne Khan. Okay, and once you're settled, they'll get you to introduce yourself for the record as well, the organization you're representing today, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions. Go ahead when you're ready.
First of all, good afternoon, all members. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Ali Khan. I have been living in Regina for 12 years, and I have been presenting this case as a citizen of Regina. Someone who loves the city and who wants to succeed for today and the future. I'm here because I believe this council is about to make a decision on Regina Exhibition Association Limited facilities. Just gonna give you a little bit of overview. This city has been changed, and we have a lot of visible minorities here. Around 22,000 visible minorities living in Regina right now. And together, visible minorities make up to 36% of Regina population. What actually went wrong here? The losses for Regina Exhibition Association were not caused by the buildings, but we never utilized those buildings to turn into a profitable business and cash flow. The real gap was the vision between the real and the city. The second gap was the real didn't understand the overall audience and the market, who we are targeting and what they are looking from real, why people leaving the city and moving to a different province. Does real offer any multicultural concerts, events? Does real offer product diversification in their portfolio? Does real have a pricing strategy? Does real utilize their building like ITC and Avana Center? Lastly, my concern is why city is taking the action now if the city and members know their strategy has not been working since years? And why the city didn't take the proactive approach to solve this problem? To solve this problem, I have the solution. Number one solution is to utilize the buildings, what we have right now in the current state. Number one, we can utilize the ITC Hall C as a tape ball cricket tournaments. We have a demand, we have the people, we have the public, we have our demographics here. And we can use this hall into a different ways where we can make the money. The opportunity is there, we need to utilize it. And we have used the ITC Hall C for play tape ball cricket. We did the 4 tournaments there, and we have seen the positive feedback from the people. And we have seen that people are starting coming from Yorkton, Saskatoon, Moose Jaw. And we can utilize that place in a very different way. That place sits empty in the December time. End of December, January, it's empty. If we are not going to start utilizing our assets into a profitable business, then we'll be in the same states what we are right now. The statistics I'm going to present here. The Canada International Tape Ball Cricket Championship in Brampton draws over 28 teams, thousands of audience annually, and Regina has a comparable immigrants community density. So if other cities are doing the same thing, why can't we plan those things for our cities and make the cities vibrant and the people come in the city and play those tournaments basically and utilize what we have right now? Regina South Asian community alone is 22,000 people and is growing faster than any other group in the city. They are already here, they already play, they just need someone to open the doors. If we utilize ITC building with a proper marketing strategy and planning, my assumption is that we can make around 347,000 to 760,000 in 1 year, easily if we have a proper plan in place. Awareness Center. I will just give a bit overview here. I used to work for Regina Exhibition Association as a financial analyst. In Awareness Center, they build the tennis courts and basketball courts. Why? We have the same level of capacity in the field house. They have the basketball courts, they have a field house. And then we never...
About 30 seconds left.
Oh, sorry. Okay. We never have a proper marketing strategy in place. If we have invested the Awareness Center into a different way, like a paddle court or a squash court, we have been attract a lot of audience because that has less capacity in the Regina right now. The other part is brand center. We never attracted the multicultural events, like no Indian, Bollywood, Punjabi concerts here. It's only used for two things, the paths and for concerts.
Okay, I'll get you to wrap up your presentation. Sure. Yeah. Okay, and there's a few questions for you as well. So I'll start with Councillor Zakidniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, we also have the benefit of having your full submission, but you had said that in terms of your credentials, you worked for 2 years as a financial analyst at Real. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And as a result, you detailed this a bit in your submission, but so what did you had the opportunity to see the condition of the buildings? Like, if you can repeat, like what did you do as a financial analyst that gives you some context as to what some other alternatives could be for this site?
So, thank you for the question here. So we used to review the financials and we can give a recommendation to teams and they can go through it, but it depends on the teams basically who are expert in those areas. But I always believe that there were the opportunities which we missed basically. Mm-hmm. And now we're still doing the same mistake that we have the opportunity, the city can make the profitable business mm-hmm. by not selling Real.
Okay. And you also said your assessment in your submission is that some of the issues are due to, and if you can just confirm, a lack of vision or leadership.
Yeah.
No product diversification. You were talking about multicultural events. And underutilized facilities. That those are some of the the crux of what some of the issues are.
I feel yes, they're still there, and I feel like we just need a team in place with the diverse mindset to run the Real, and then Real can be profitable business for the city.
Okay, thank you. And then you do have some asks of council, if you can actually, because folks, I don't think you really had time to get to your asks of council. What are, I guess maybe before that, we've heard that, hey, there's no other, nobody else has brought something forward. Would you say what you brought forward, what you sent in is an alternate proposal that we could consider instead?
Yes, that's an alternate proposal that the city should consider. My other thing is why brand? Why we are not going to the RFP process and in the market competition?
Okay, and then you did have 5 specific asks of council. Can you just tell us what those are?
So one thing is do not sell Real, number 1. Multicultural mindset, the events, utilizing the facilities in a proper way with the planning and marketing strategy. And the last thing is keep the city involved in the overall decision making, and take the actions in the right way for which is the best for the city.
Okay, and I also see you were asking for administration to develop a 3-year commercial reform plan with specific revenue targets and quarterly accountability.
Yes, correct. Though. Yeah, like the accountability is necessary at this stage for sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Adams?
Thank you for your presentation and for your submission. It's very detailed and appreciate the information on there. And perhaps we should just hire you with a great vision and opportunities that have been put forward. Can you please elaborate on, you made the comment about making a permanent decision on a temporary problem.
Yeah.
And so can you please elaborate on what you mean by that?
Sure. So that means is the cash flow problem is fixable. Is not the end solution. If we have the good strategy in place, we can able to fix those issues basically.
Okay. Okay, so you would, thank you. So you, what you have proposed could be consideration going forward. And this, what you, hang on, I'm kind of stumbling here a bit. Seems like a great plan. So if you were in charge and had to make these decision, would you incorporate a reserve for all those possible revenues to maintain, upgrade for future capital of this property and buildings?
Oh, for sure. Like the revenue we were gonna receive from those diversifies or different events, we're gonna reinvest in the buildings, which gonna be a less burden on the city side basically and the taxpayer side. And the other side is sorry, I forgot what.
No, that's okay. Yeah. Okay, so you were a financial analyst, you indicated for real, and so was the maintenance and capital of the buildings ever considered by the real board or real in general?
Sorry, I don't recall. It's been 2 years, yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
Just want to add one point here on your last question. I would invest in the research and development most of the expense, so which gonna offset the revenue side basically. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, thank you so much for being here today.
Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello, and thank you so much for being here. Did you ever apply to be on the real board?
I tried one time, but never got opportunity, for sure.
Right. Thank you. It sounds like you would have had a good resume for it.
Thank you.
So I did want to ask, the things which are in there, such as volleyball, pickleball, soccer, currently they actually have more operational costs than they would make. So would you, in your plan, how would you deal with that? And also with exhibition, with moving?
So as I mentioned that with the Havana Center, the pickleball I think is rented out to a third party, and there's the second portion is with the real basically right now, where they have the basketball and the badminton court. If they are not utilizing it and if there is no customer footprints, we should look into a different portfolio, like different recreational activities basically, and if we make those ones, it is disposable and it will not gonna cost as much basically. Right now they dispose for CWA right now, if I'm correct, but it will not gonna cost as much, but it's gonna bring more revenue for sure.
Well, they're below market rates because they move for exhibition. So would you not agree? You'd have to raise the costs in order to.
So if I redesign the Havana Center right now, if I get the opportunity and build the pedal courts, usually in the market, the per hour rate is around $40 an hour to $80 an hour. It's a very growing sports right now internationally. And we're gonna make more money because we have the revenue stream. We can make it the membership model, and we can go through with the coaching, training, tournaments, competition when there is no CWS happening basically. So we can utilize that area.
So your plan would be to raise the rates for the community group significantly.
But it's for sure, but it's gonna it's an international growing market right now, and if no one is offering that services in Regina, and we can go to the smaller rates, but for the membership and coaching and tournament and leagues, we need to increase the rates for sure.
Okay, and then with your plan, did you consider the current YQR distillery lease or agribition, or did you just?
I didn't consider that portion. That the contract is fixed, if I'm correct, though.
So did you consider having the space taken over for a month to 2 months for a large scale event like agribition?
Yes. So we're gonna utilize that space when those bigger events are those CWA is not happening, basically.
So in your plan there would be no agribition?
In my plan, there's no exhibition. No.
Okay.
No.
And then also, I guess in your plan, how would you deal with the 99-year lease with YQR Distillery?
Well, I did not consider that thing. And my focus is what we have currently right now, like where we are not making the money, and how to utilize that buildings to make it profitable.
So your plan would be to blank slate with the buildings?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we are a little bit past our mandatory break time, so we'll have to take a mandatory 15-minute break. We'll be back at 2:50, and it looks like I have another question for you, Ali. So if you're sticking around in 15 minutes, I have another counselor with a question for you. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to get started in 1 minute. Can folks take their seats, please? Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. And just for the record, I thought there was another question for the previous delegation, but there wasn't. So thank you to that delegation for presenting today. Next up, I'd like to call upon Delegation D 26-50, Edward Stanowski. Okay, and once you're settled, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, if any, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions they have for you. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
Your Worship, honorable council members, thank you for the opportunity to present here to you today. I am Colonel Ed Stanowski, former commanding officer of the Royal Regina Rifles, and I am the official ambassador for the Regina Pats alumni. I'm here today to offer my full support to the Brandt proposal, the initiative that is before you, not only on behalf of myself, but on the many young hockey players and athletes who have benefited from the sports entities that currently make up the Real District. I'm speaking from two perspectives. In the 1970s, I was fortunate enough to play 4 years with the Regina Pats Hockey Club. And from that time, my junior career culminated with a Memorial Cup championship here in the city of Regina. The relevance of that I would put to you is that 16 players on that team of the 20 players were from Regina. They had come through the Minor Hockey Association, and they had come through what was available to be used in support of their future careers in the what is now known as the Real District. I would share with you also that those players that went on from then and since then, playing in what was I played in the old arena, of course. I saw the transition to the Agribition, and I've also seen the transition into the Brandt Center now. And speaking on behalf of those who have gone before and those who went with me and those who have gone since then, it's a tremendous impact that they had on all of us. The opportunity is here today, I would say, and beyond, to build on that again. And it is with great emphasis that I'm here to represent those who have played the game and gone on, not only hockey, but other sports. As a commanding officer of the Royal Regina Rifles, my 30-year military career was also tied to the what is known now as Real District. I deployed a number of times out of the Elphinstone Armories, and I came back to the Elphinstone Armories on many occasions where I worked. What is few people know about the Elphinstone Armories, it was built with private initiative in 1926. It was not built by the government. It was not built by the city. It was built and paid for by private initiative here in the city. For the last 100 years, the benefits that the city has gained from that was a result of private initiative. That resonates with me also. The takeaway is the importance and the significance of the venues that are in what is now known as the Real District, and the opportunity that I would say is before the city of Regina with your decision. We have a saying in the Army, the plan is nothing. The planning that goes into the plan is everything. And I can say with hand on heart, because I've been involved with a number of planning initiatives with the Brandt Corporation and the Semple family, that in what you're going to receive in the plan has had a lot of planning going into it. Very successful planning. That's built on very successful planning. And I say that because I've been involved in a number of initiatives with Brant and the Semple family, such as the 100th anniversary of the Memorial Cup when it was held here, the NHL and Western Hockey League homecoming that was planned here, and a world-class event that resulted in the city of Regina being represented in France at the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings, where the Royal Regina Rifles were a big part of. Brant Industries, under the Semple leadership, in my opinion, and those that have been involved that I know with the Brant Industries and the Semple family, is based on principle, commitment, integrity, looking after the people that work with and for them, stewardship, vision, and civic pride in the city of Regina, all built with hard work. Brant equals success in my mind, and success for Regina in my mind. With that, I'm available to answer any questions, and I fully support the proposal that is before you.
Thank you for your presentation. I see a few questions. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair for your presentation. I know you served a distinguished career in the military, and not out of order, I just want to slip in a thank you for your service to your country. Some people have questioned Mr. Semple and Brant's commitment to the community of Regina and suggest he only does it when it's to his advantage or for profit. In your opinion, do you believe Mr. Semple has demonstrated and will continue to demonstrate support and commitment to the greater community?
I believe the community will get that support. I believe it'll be unequivocal. And I'm basing that on the last initiative I was involved with the Semple family and with Brant Industries. 2 years of planning, 2.5 years of planning starting in 2022 towards what I alluded to, what we knew in the military as Operation Calvados, which was the showcasing of the city of Regina and Regina's regiment in France, in Normandy, France. It happened on the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings, which, again, the Regina Rifles were a big, big part of. It involved planning and consideration for Princess Anne and representing the regiment in Normandy, France, unveiling an 8-foot, 1,500-pound statue that had to be struck here in Western Canada, taken to Europe, and the negotiations that went with the High Commission in London, our French ambassador, and government officials right across the ocean and back was significant. When I presented as the lead for the planning, as I briefed Gavin Semple and Sean Semple on the initiative, their only question to me was, Ed, what do you need to make this a success for the city of Regina and for the province of Saskatchewan in France? We talked through that 2.5 years of planning, and moving a 1,500-pound statue to another country and erecting it where it's going to be for many, many years is no small venture. It only happened because of the support of other pillars in the community, the city of Regina, of course, in partnership with Brant and the Semple family.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Colonel, for coming here today. You had a long, distinguished career with the Pats, the NHL, started here in Regina. You've seen the rendition of the new Brant Center as it's going to be renovated. If you are a young, up-and-coming hockey star that wanted to transition to a city, would this motivate you to come to Regina?
Absolutely. I could only hope to be there again. You know, that again, the team that won the cup in 74, 14 out of the 20 players on that team were raised here in Regina, played the minor hockey here. That led to a lot of the success. I interface with a lot of young hockey players across North America, literally now. And when you say the Regina Pats may have an opportunity or an opening for you, they perk up. They know. They want to come to Regina. Their families know about it. The Regina Pats are known from Moscow to Portland, from right around the world, literally. And there are thousands of young players who come out of here, and the list we all know, the names. We see it on Hockey Night in Canada every night, who have gone on to careers here.
Thank you very much. Can you just briefly touch on the connection to the military and the Pats?
Certainly. The Regina Pats are the oldest franchise professional, semi-professional franchise in the world. Last year they played their 5,000th hockey game, and they are directly connected to the Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry, aka the Regina Pats, and the affiliation is direct. They've both been representing Canada for over 100 years. One on the ice surfaces around the world, and one on the battlefields around the world.
Thank you very much. So, just to clarify, you are very much in support of the Pats, the long tradition, long history of the Army, and the path going forward with the new vision.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I couldn't see it. I could not see the organization, the team, the players in better hands than with Brant and the Semple family.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Councillor Bizo. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Colonel, for presenting today, and thank you for your service.
Your Worship.
Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 26-48, Kelly Miller. Kelly, can you hear me online?
Hello.
Hi, Kelly.
This is Kelly Miller.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, sorry. I'll read you the intro, and then I'll get you to present. So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. My name's Kelly Miller, and I am from the North Central area, but I do not represent a group. I supported the Kiniak's plan earlier to table this, as 12 days isn't time enough to evaluate all of this deal. There still seems to be confusion about the details, and there seems to be costs to the city all over this deal. It seems to be at least a $75 million loss that would be offset the $79 million in deferred infrastructure, and that the tax exemption also offsets the cost, the savings from Real that we don't have to deal with anymore. Once it's considered, you must look at whether or not you think it's more of a benefit to have the city or Sean Semple control this and own this as for the city of Regina. Because there's not really going to be any savings, and there's not going to be a reduction in your taxes from this. It's just a straight up who is better to benefit Regina from this deal. The city will lose forever this property that it's controlled for 147 years. It will also include 50 and 99-year commitments to the city, so it's all got to be considered. Plus, there's 700 workers that are affected by this deal. Sean Semple has made it clear that this is a take it or leave it situation, that the decision was already made, and that was done before council found out the details, which was the same time as residents did. I find that to be undemocratic. We elected council to represent us, so they should have been brought in earlier to represent us before the decision was made, and I would like to see this done in the future. They needed to be fully informed before a vote, and I'm not so sure that they are. And when we had town meetings, they couldn't answer everyone's questions. They couldn't even answer all of their own questions. So I would like to have council pass a motion to prevent exclusions in the future, to have council brought in earlier in the decision making before a decision is made. And that I think we could have had a better deal with more eyes looking at this. I don't think this is the best deal the city could have gotten. Because the city of Regina over time has paying grant probably more than 40 million or 9 million for 2 years of scheduled events, 2.5 million for paving, 28 million over 50 years for access, and up to 6.5 million for severance. And there's going to be other costs, such as for events that presently we have for free. And there is the deal with the 15 million that they have to pay for infrastructure doesn't seem to require it to be the deferred infrastructure, some of the deferred infrastructure list. So I don't think it has the savings that people have claimed. And in this deal, I think that they're also underpaying for the property. They've got the parking lot valued at $0 when it should probably be, according to another source, worth 10.5. And I'm not sure that the buildings are worth a negative amount. And they also will pay virtually the taxes in this deal, 5 million exemption plus a 95% back in grants for the 94 years after that. Plus, I think that the city should enforce what is written in their own deal. It suggests that France is getting
30 seconds left.
Taxes because of the community situation, but I don't think that should apply to the bar, distillery, and the restaurant. It should be treated no different than McDonald's. So based on the information I have, I don't think this is the best deal that they could have made, and that council should be involved sooner in decisions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Miller.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have a question from Councillor Zakiniak. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes.
It was a little bit hard. It was kind of hard to hear you. So I just wanted to clarify.
Okay.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify. I think you were, I mean, it's clear that you're saying you were outlining your concerns about the proposal, and that you don't support the current deal. But the question, what I couldn't hear well, is you were recommending a vote. You were recommending for us to direct administration to do something, I think, today, and I missed that part. So if you could clarify that, please.
Okay, as far as I know from talking to multiple councillors, they found out the details when we found out the details. And I think that as we have elected them to represent us, that they should be informed earlier and involved in the decision making. So that is what I am proposing. That in the future, because there will be future deals, that we should require the people that we voted in to represent us to actually represent us in decision making.
Okay, so you have your recommendations are specific to how we can improve the process for the future, like in terms of
for the future.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Because I don't think that this is going to end this deal. I think it's going ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. By your submission, is it your impression that council found out about this deal 3 weeks ago?
That was, at least for some of them, because I've talked to multiple people. I mean, maybe some knew beforehand. They were aware that they were aware that things were happening, but they didn't know the details to actually look at them and go through them until 12 days ago. Is the impression I've been getting.
Okay, just to confirm understanding, my own personal experience, I found out about the chance of a deal roughly 6 months ago. It was up to administration to negotiate, and that was all explained to you, and that was clear, so no one kind of said this was hidden?
Oh, no. I'm not saying that they weren't aware of the chance of a deal, but I'm saying that the actual details of the deal to actually go through them is 12 days is not enough. I'm not saying they have to be involved at 6 months ahead. I'm just saying that they should be involved at least like weeks ahead, so they can, when the decision comes down and is made public, they can talk about it and know the details to give to the public as part of their job.
Yeah, but no one said they were totally ignorant of things. They were kept abreast through the process, and things were being.
They were
okay.
kept abreast
Just wanted to make sure that there was a clear.
But not the details.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that it's a lot of details to go through in 12 days. So it's no one's saying that they weren't aware that there was negotiations.
Okay, just
They're
wanted the public to
I'm
know.
just saying that they were. Yes, yes, yes.
Councillor Adams, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It was very difficult to hear you. So yes, it is. Okay, so as a resident of the city, why do you feel that this was rushed?
Because when people are reading through it, there's confusion. Like I've heard councilors say that there's a 5-year exemption, and then I've heard other ones, of course, say that it's 5 years plus a 95%. And there's been confusion over whether the 2.5 million is part of the 6.5 or if it's separate. I think that all should have been clear and on the same page with council before it was made public.
Okay, thank you. Do you feel that there's something missing from the proposal? And you've mentioned many concerns already. Are there any other concerns that you have?
Well, there's things I don't think you can review, and some of them are just guesswork. As far as what will the taxes be over 99 years? What will the real cost be over 99 years? It's a lot of it's just guesswork, but so you just have to kind of guess.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation.
Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello, thanks for joining us today. Are you aware this is the usual process for all of our decision making?
Yes, yes.
And that.
And I
go ahead.
Yes, but I still think that we should have more involvement of council in decision making.
Are you?
Especially when it's something like this.
Are you aware there was a motion made around this time last year to change our process so that we would have more time?
Yes. Yes.
So in your opinion, should we maybe revisit that?
Yes.
And you're aware that it's not just this decision, but even when we voted in the Safe Communities Act, we had the same amount of notice, and that was an actual law.
Yeah. Which is why I'm proposing this as a change for the future, because I don't think it's going to change on this deal. But we've got a lot of things that should be happening in the future.
And then are you aware, as councillors, we do have, this is a live deal, and we may have some in-camera numbers and things we can't say out loud as things are being things, and that could endanger multi-million-dollar deals. So we can't always talk about.
I'm aware of that. But I'm not talking about making it public. Just that you can be in council with them in earlier sessions.
Okay, so are you speaking on your behalf or a councillor's behalf?
My behalf.
Okay, I'm just.
I don't represent anybody.
I'm just wondering.
Council, we'll just stick
you're
to
speaking
asking
a lot
the
about
delegation.
councillors. Okay.
We'll just stick to questions to the delegation, please.
Thank you so much for your time. I do agree with you on possibly
But
looking
I
at
am
the
also
process.
talking to a certain extent on behalf of other people I've talked to. Like, people felt that the people at the town halls, people weren't ready to explain things to them. They didn't necessarily understand everything.
Okay, I appreciate you being here, and I do agree on a process change. So, thank you.
Okay. Okay, I see no further questions. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Miller. You can log off now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Okay, next I'd like to call upon delegation DE 26-51, Meet Patel. And Okay, we'll see if we can get meet online. So in the meantime, we'll move to DE 26-53, Parth Aurora. Okay, once you get settled, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, if any, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions council has for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'm Parth, and I'm a Regina resident, and and yeah, your worship and members of the city council. My name is Parth, as I just said. I realize I think I'm one of the final speakers today. I think there are 2 more that are going after me, and I'm the youngest speaker today. You've heard the 79 million saving figure, $73 million in repairs and $6 million in subsidies, and the 115,000 a week loss enough times to memorize them. I will not repeat the spreadsheet. Instead, I want to talk about why the steel matters to the people who are not in this room, the taxpayers who are tired of subsidizing aging buildings, and the young people who want a city that finally chooses growth over management of decline. We've heard the concerns today about control and price, but we must ask the hard question, what happens if we say no? If this deal fails, those leaks in the real district do not stop. That $73 million in deferred maintenance do not vanish. It just stays on the backs of Regina families. Choosing the status quo is not the safe bet. It is one of the most expensive choices on the table. By offloading these high-risk assets to a proven local partner, we allow the city to focus on its limited budget on what people care about, like fixing our roads and securing our water infrastructure or funding our police more. Brant is a Saskatchewan success story. They are not an anonymous firm from out of province. They are the people who own the Pats and the Red Sox. They're vested. They have a vested financial interest in ensuring this district is packed 100 nights a year. Their vision for a Queen City distillery and a modernized brand center is not just about business, it is about revitalizing our city's heart. They are willing to invest $15 million at once to do what the public sector simply cannot afford to do at this moment. This is how we turn a liability into a destination. Sean Semple said, we, quote, won the lottery, unquote, with this deal. For our budget, this is true. But for our future, this is a vote of confidence. It tells my generation that Regina is open for business. It tells the 700 workers at Real that their jobs are secure under a local employer. And it tells that you, as our leaders, are willing to make the tough, fiscally responsible decisions today, so we are not left paying for them tomorrow. So finally, to end my speech here, I'd say, let us not search for a perfect deal. Let's just focus on what we have right now. I think it's a great deal, and I urge you all to vote in favor of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, Parth. Maybe as you self-proclaimed as maybe the youngest person on the list, I'm not going to take that away from our former mayors just in case, but I will ask, just from your perspective, from you, your friends, what does it mean, just putting the deal part aside? We've heard a lot about how people feel about this. How do you feel when you see the vision of something that, you know, maybe our young people haven't seen in our community before in terms of that kind of a district and what kind of opportunity that brings?
Well, I think I've always focused on, and I don't know if this answers your question, but I'll try my best. I've always been focused on fiscal side of things, and I think that I don't think that my generation wants to have the burden of paying for the decisions that we did not make. So yeah, if this decision is made, if this motion passes, then yeah, a lot of the money that we are spending now will be something that we'll not have to spend, and we'll have a private sector player who can make better decisions, I think, and can help benefit the economy, the local economy, which employs a lot of people. If there are tournaments happening, if there are different things taking place in our city, it benefits everyone, including young people. Young people are the ones. I remember going to Queen City X a year ago. Most of the people working there were young individuals. There were people my age. There were people in their early or late 20s. So I think this deal in particular benefits young people, as it creates employment for many generations to come.
Thank you. Councillor Sickleys, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, you took away the question I wanted to ask Parth. Are you nervous today, Parth?
I am very nervous. I'm shivering. I was walking down the stairs, and I don't know if you saw, but I almost tripped. So I am very nervous. It's my first time at the council, and I've never done this before.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, I'm really proud of you, buddy. And the reason I call you buddy, for those that don't know, Parth is one of my helpers when I do my coffee talks. You know everybody around the circle. You've met them all.
I have.
So
yes.
there's no need to be nervous. If you could sort of speak for Krishno, who I forgot to ask this of earlier, the feeling of, you don't need to go away somewhere else to have an experience that we're going to be able to have here if everything goes okay.
Yeah.
Is that something that you talk about with your friends? And can you give us sort of a youthful perspective? Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yes, I do talk to my friends a lot about this. I was talking to my friends about this actually yesterday. We were thinking of going to Calgary and then to Banff to experience some of the things that we cannot experience here. And if this deal goes through, I would assume that a lot more things that are not here now can come here, and I think it will not just attract people who are in Regina, it will attract people who are not from Regina. They will visit Regina, and it will benefit our economy. And when that happens, it gives us employment, and yeah, I think that is what my thing is. That is what I think. I don't know if it satisfies your
I'm just giving you an opportunity to talk. I know where your heart is, and it's not easy to speak on camera and in front of all these people.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell them what your age is. They won't believe me anyway.
Okay.
But you have a great department about you and a great future here, and I hope that we keep you here for many years to come. Thank you for coming.
I want to stay here myself, and that is why I'm here advocating for young people like myself. Thank you very much. Any further questions?
I'll check. I don't see any further questions, Parth. So thank you so much for coming to present today. Great job. No need to be nervous, and thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you.
You can return to the gallery. Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation D26-51. We'll check on Meet Patel. Meet, can you hear me online?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can.
Perfect. So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, if any, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions council has for you. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, for sure. My name is Meet Patel. I reside in the city of Regina, and I'm not representing any corporations.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm against this. I'm against the idea of Brant buying the Real District properties. My personal opinion on this is like this because I think that the owner of Brant, the CEO, he doesn't even reside in Saskatchewan. He has a couple jets that he even rents out all the way out in Calgary. And he makes money off of the the people of Saskatchewan and the people of Regina.
Mr. Patel, I just get you to stick to your comments on the proposal itself, just because that's the conversation we're having today.
For sure. So my proposal is my issues with it also is I don't see that there is any outlines for any of the equipment like the sports centers or anything like that, like the pickleball court, for example. I know me and my best friend, I grew up playing pickleball there sometimes, like a lot. A lot of my family members did. I don't see anything for that. I mean, I see that they've thrown in some extra stuff, so like some of the councillors would vote in favor of it, like the electric bus. But I mean, one electric bus, is that really going to do anything? Like even if
Yeah,
they
sorry,
like when there's
but
sports.
Mr. Patel, I'll get you to stick to the.
Hello?
Just hang on, Mr. Patel. I'm just gonna get Councillor Zakiniak, just because this is something that was related to a commentary around her, to just clarify. Go ahead, Councillor.
Hi. That is not accurate. I need to tell you right now and set the record straight that any allegations related to, that is in relation to me specifically, there was nothing promised to me nor the city that has anything to do with me, and I need to set the record straight on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So, Mr. Patel, I just want, again, anything that's in the report, I'd like you to stick to that as your commentary. So please stick to that.
Yeah, the sporting centers. What's happening with that? The pickleball court, even like the soccer fields, all that. Like that's my main worry, is just the sporting centers. They hold a lot of community sports in those centers, and that's my main concern. Is I'm also having a child, so like for my future, like are we going to have enough? Are we going to have proper access to them? That's pretty much the gist of my concern there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Patel. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you for presenting today. You can log off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to Delegation D 26-56, Thomas Benjo. Hey, Thomas. Okay, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization representing today, if any. You'll have the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Amentakiapi. Aminino taki wechasha makiapi. Thomas Benjo, resident of Regina, CEO of Flowing Over Capital. Just wanted to come and address City Council today on the proposal. I'm in favor of the proposal. You know, I think about a few things. First is entrepreneurship. You know, we think about the work that we do to create opportunity for our city. We look at the opportunities when, you know, we look at different businesses. You know, we're in private equity. We're out there. We're looking for the best businesses that we can take and churn and make better. And so when we think about our perspective as a city, you know, maybe this isn't the right business for us at this point in time. You know, this business may be a better asset, a better business in another person's hands, willing to take on the risks, but also willing to invest. You know, that this takes a great deal of effort to be able to take an asset and turn it into something more valuable for our city. So from an entrepreneurship perspective and being able to really live out the values that we have as a community here, we try to punch our weight well above who we are as a community, and being able to do business both locally, nationally, and internationally. This is what that opportunity represents. I think about the culture and sort of pride of having major events in our city. I've had the honor of being able to be chair of our First Nations University of Canada POW, which is one of the largest POWs in Canada, hosted here in our city, hosted on the real campus. I think about those opportunities for us to be able to share and continue to build relationships. And I'm also very competitive, when I think about those things, because, I watch other markets, other much smaller cities punch above their weight in terms of being able to host those types of events. And, I get excited about, what the opportunity could be for events like our own POW that's hosted here in Regina. That's something that we should all be proud of as a community to be able to support. We see several Indigenous organizations now continuing to, invest in the city. We have the National Aboriginal Hockey Championships here this week. We come off a large tournament, which, we get to spend a great deal of time inside of these facilities. And, it's a sense of pride to be able to host people, to be able to bring people into our home, to be able to attract other businesses, attract other talent to our market. And we need to have these facilities be more vibrant for those folks that want to pick up roots and get out of the big cities and come and be here with us. So it's, the investment attraction piece is probably my third point around why this is important. And when we have a great place to be able to raise a family, when we have the ability to go, 3 or 4 songs in the vehicle to go home at the end of the day, when we have the ability to watch our kids play sports, go straight from the office and go watch our kids play sports, when we're able to host guests and host conferences here in our city, but do it at a much larger scale with the additional investment. Those things make me feel good about what's being proposed here and the investment that's going to be made. I think it's going to be important for our young people, for them to continue to call this place home, so that we're able to bring all of those amenities here for them. So I'll end on that note, and again, want to thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time, and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. See a question from Councillor Furrow. Go ahead.
Thanks, Thomas. Through the chair, we've known each other a long time. I would never ask you to speak on behalf of any community, but you did indicate in your opening comments that you've been a part of helping put on First Nations University powwow, certainly an event I attend most years. Some residents have raised concerns around public access for events like Remembrance Day and things like the powwow. And I'm just wondering, from your perspective, as a previous organizer in that context, do you have any concerns, or when you look at it, do you feel there's an opportunity to strengthen and grow an event like that? And appreciate your presentation.
Yeah, I think this gives us an opportunity to talk through some of the vision of where we're going within the facility. I think about the years of negotiating with the city on the POW. It did get more expensive year after year, and we also were in a situation where we weren't eligible for certain funding from the city. So we're already on a trajectory of not sort of getting some of that support and when we were growing, but where we did find support was in community. And so being able to go corporate, being able to look at our business partners in the community, they're the ones that have been able to put the dollars towards ensuring that we grew. So when we think about that private investment that's happening from our business community, I think that's been fantastic. I can't speak to how decisions will be made in terms of, what gets priority, but I'm pretty sure for, a city that has a pretty significant Indigenous population, again, hosting some of the largest Indigenous events in this country, will continue to be supported, or will be advocating to ensure that that's supported.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. And seeing no other questions, thank you for presenting today, Thomas. You can return to the gallery.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation D 26-54, Sean, Gavin, Chris, Andy, and Matt Semple. We're just going to find a couple more chairs quickly here so everybody has a seat. Okay, thank you guys. Good to see you again. I'll get you to introduce yourselves for the record as everybody else. The organization you're representing today, city or town you reside in, you'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, Sean Semple, CEO and owner of the Brandt Group of Companies, and I reside here in Regina. It comes on automatically. It's on, Dan.
Gavin Semple, I'm the chairman of the board of the Brandt Group, and I reside in Regina.
Chris Semple, president of the Brandt Group, reside in Regina.
Matt Semple, senior vice president of marketing for the Brandt Group and reside in White City.
Andy Semple, senior vice president of operations for Ag, and I reside in Regina.
Okay, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good. Your worship, members of council, thank you again for giving us this opportunity to be here today. Over the past number of weeks, you heard a lot about our proposal from administration, from partners, from the community, and from us. And importantly, you've already taken a significant step forward with your support at Executive Committee. Today is about confirming that decision and about what it means to Regina. Because this is not simply a transaction, it's a turning point. A decision on whether we move forward with a renewed vision for the Real District, one that is sustainable, competitive, and built for the future. At its core, this agreement represents a clear shift. A shift from the taxpayer carrying the burden to Brandt having that responsibility. A shift from uncertainty to long-term stability. A shift from maintaining what we have to building what the community deserves. We are committing significant private capital, $113 million in real dollars, into the facilities and these grounds. We are assuming operational responsibility, and we're stepping forward with a long-term commitment to improve, to grow, and to sustain a very important asset. And we're doing that as a Regina company. As a family that chose to stay here, to build here, and to grow our business here from this city to markets around the world, now we're bringing that same mindset, investment, innovation, and long-term thinking home to the Regina Sports and Entertainment District. What does this mean in practical terms? It means a renewed and revitalized Real District. It means improvements to the Brandt Center and surrounding buildings, modernizing the experience from top to bottom. It means better hospitality, better events, more activities, and more reasons for people to come to the grounds, not just for a few times a year, but consistently. It means creating a true hub of sports, entertainment, agriculture, and community events. And it means doing as much work as possible ahead of the Grey Cup so that Regina can showcase not only its pride, but its progress to the entire country. This proposal is about a partnership. We have not arrived at this moment alone. We have a strong support from the city administration who have worked diligently over the many months and in good faith to get us here. We have the support of REAL. We have the support of Agribition, one of the most important agricultural events in Canada. We have the support of major sponsors such as Mosaic and Bunge. We have the support from leaders and entertainment industry, people who understand what it takes to put on world-class events in cities like Regina. And we're grateful to have the support of two former mayors that have sat in this very room and looked at opportunities and challenges that you have to look at. That level of alignment matters because it speaks to confidence, not just in this proposal, but what the district can become. But what I want to make very clear about something is that this won't be easy. Revitalizing a district like this will take time. It takes investment, it takes new thinking, and it takes a partnership. We will need continued support of the city. We'll need support of everyone who works at REAL, as they're the most important asset for delivering the hospitality that we need in this city. We will need the support of the community to be successful, and we'll need to work together because success benefits everyone. More events mean more visitors. More visitors mean more economic activity. More activity means more opportunity for local businesses, for workers, and for the next generation. At Brandt Sports and Entertainment, we are committed to doing our part. We are committed to investing. We're committed to improving the experience for our fans, guests, and partners. And we are committed to helping rebuild, strengthen the sports and entertainment culture right here in Regina and right on these grounds. Members of Council, you've already recognized that this is a viable path forward. Today is about confirming your choice, a choice to move ahead with certainty, a choice to reduce the risk for taxpayers, and a choice to invest in the future that is stronger, more vibrant, and more sustainable. We are ready to do this work. We are proud to do it, and we're proud to be from the city of Regina. And we're asking you for your support, knowing that you have our full commitment to deliver for the people of Regina. And that's why all three generations of the Semples are here today to evidence that. And I want to thank you for the opportunity and look forward to taking any questions you might have.
Great, thank you, Sean. I'll check if anybody has any questions for you. I see Councillor Sickleys. Go ahead.
Me first, huh? Thank you, Sean. Thank you, family, for being here again. Sean, I'm going to look right past you and go to your dad. I think it's important that people get a sense of where you came from and where you're at now. So I don't remember the exact year, and I don't remember the street in the city, but you've come a long way from selling tractors. What do you think your son's up to?
Thank you, Councillor, for that. Well, perhaps I know Sean has given you a lot of information about Brandt and about the Semples and so on, but just a few comments to give you a sense of our commitment to Regina, because it goes back a long ways. Brandt was founded in Regina in 1932, and not by the Semple family, but by a Mr. Brandt who none of us knew. I started there in 1972, pulled up in front of the place, unemployed, looking for a job, and started as a salesman traveling a territory. The company had 25 employees and was doing less than $1 million in sales. So it was a very small company. So and I'm not going to bore you with all the details, but that was 54 years ago. And over that 54 years, The company has grown and expanded, not only in Regina and Saskatchewan, but across Canada and around the world. We have businesses in every province in Canada, the facilities that we own and employees that we employ. We've got all kinds of employees in the U.S. and facilities there as well. And our middle grandson, Andy, just got back from Australia and New Zealand, where we have about 40-some dealerships over there that we own and operate. The reason I mention that, we're a small company that is now a global company. Mm-hmm. We're now doing over $5 billion in sales with almost 6,000 employees. But only 5% of our revenue comes from Saskatchewan. The vast majority comes from outside the province. So Sean and I have been asked several times by the media and others, so why are you still in Regina? And the answer is simple. It's home.
Yeah.
I was born and raised on a farm 25 miles north of Regina and grew up there. My dad started that farm in 1920. And we now have the 3 generations here, plus my father's, so it's really 4th generation. And I have 6 little great-grandchildren, which is the next generation. So our roots are deep here. And that really is the reason why we're committed to Regina. So this project that Sean is so passionate about is a huge commitment on the part of Sean and the family and Brant, and he's going to be under a lot of pressure to deliver, and he knows it, and all of you know it. But I just look at Sean's track record, and I never bet against Sean, because he'll deliver it, and it'll be something that all of us in the city will be very proud of. And as Sean mentioned earlier, it's a partnership between Brant and the city, and it'll require a lot of support from everyone, including the public. And we will go to the public and earn that support. So I'll just, not to bore you with too much detail, but just a little bit of background there and reason for our commitment to the city.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. And should the vote go your way, Sean, how quickly are we going to get started? And what are some of the top 5 things that you got to think about right away?
Well, I think obviously we got to get the deal closed, which I think September 1. But I think with Grey Cup coming, obviously things like the paving and the parking lots would be great to get done. They're in bad need. The outside of the buildings, really put on a show here for that. Obviously the things inside the building, accessibility needs to be addressed. All of the fan experience stuff, even the washrooms that probably need to be updated and so on and modernized. Some stuff so there's a combination of really new cool things. There's some really major infrastructure things that need to be done. But the main thing is we need to, make the park a little more beautiful. I'd say the other big thing is we need to get with the employees as quick as we possibly can. The people ask sometimes, well, why so quick? Well, the reality of the situation is when you're going through this type of process, which we've been through many times, the ones that aren't in this room and the ones that sometimes are the most important are those that are working there. Mm-hmm. And uncertainty creates a lot of doubt and worry. And the sooner we can get to them and let them know what our plans are to grow the park, which means more hours, more pay, more people, those are good messages to get there. And so that's also the reason for timing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So I have a few questions. So I'll start with a odd specific one in relation to Confederation Park. So it talks about, the city and Brant. I guess we'd have joint usage of that. So just one odd question is, if the city and Brant both wanted to utilize that space at the same time, would Brant then get priority over the city, just out of curiosity?
No, I mean, we've used the park for many, many years for different, the kickoff season of the Pats and so on for doing different events. And so it's just a scheduling thing, right? We have to schedule it.
Okay. And then what would be done to ensure, I guess to start, one of the things that folks say works in our favor with the Real District is it's the largest interconnected events facility in all of Canada, and there's only another one that folks are aware of in all of North America. So what will be done to ensure large event hosting will be protected in an interconnected facility when ownership would be split of the site? Like, how can that be, how can we ensure that'll go ahead seamlessly?
Well, I think a whole bunch of ways is that, one, I think the deal provides for the ability to take over everything to try and bring in shows. I mean, I would say that after the deal is approved, we're in the show business. Mm-hmm. That's the thing, that we need to be active in that, and working with Hotel Association and others to actually bring them here, help identify, help look at what are the gaps that we have. You know, I had a discussion with the Hotel Association, and what can we do as a private company to help you be more successful in getting more shows, because if you win, we win. Mm-hmm. And so that's the approach we would take.
Okay. And I also understand, if I'm correct, that the kitchen space then would be transferred to your ownership. And so I guess that's another sort of shared, that may need to be shared between, I'm not sure, like if the city needs access to it. So the question, though, it made me think about Mosaic, Mosaic Festival, which I'm sure currently uses that kitchen. Are there any specific impacts, like just speaking specifically about Mosaic Festival, can you think of any specific changes to their current agreement?
No, ultimately, we're responsible for all food and beverage on the park, okay?
Yeah.
So we have to deliver it either directly or indirectly through levy, right? So we're responsible for it, one neck to choke. Okay.
And then I believe the city, the proposed agreement is that the city would have no cost for rental services for 5 years and then would be charged commercial rates. Was that us, the city, that offered that up? Or was that, I'm just curious for more information. So I don't know if I asked you or the city.
That's one of the things they negotiated from.
Okay, so I'll ask them.
Yeah, no.
Okay, and then I think just lastly, for those who have outstanding concerns that you folks either may not be able to execute what you hope to, just for whatever reason on site, what assurances can you provide folks regarding that? I think we don't know, but do you have any assurances or additional information about that? What if you're not able to execute on all of these great ideas?
Well, I think there's direct in the agreement, if we don't put the money in, it comes back, right? That's the very first thing. So right off the bat. Second thing is the initial investments that are going in already, that's committed, is 53 million that's going in right away. That's before we talk about the other things that need to be done, like fix the roof and ice plants and all of that kind of stuff. So those commitments, some of which have already started in the building beside the building, right? We're going to have the single largest, most expensive music and entertainment venue in Canada is being built right next to the Brandt Center. Mm-hmm. There's nothing like it anywhere. And that's tells you we're in the game. Failure isn't an option. The second thing is that we're putting the team together, and we're obviously taking over the Real team to try and do it. But our commitment to try and be in this business, that's why we created a fifth division of Brandt. This is not working off somebody's side of their desk. This is a whole separate team that's going to be in charge of this. I think as far as that goes, we're committed to the long term.
Okay.
Not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair, for your presentation. Some have described Brandt as simply as a big corporation. I've noticed your family attending all the meetings through this process here, and I have a pretty simple question. Are you a big corporation or a family business?
We're a family business, for sure. I mean, we have lots of employees and we're diversified, but we're a family business. We operate in a business every day. We meet our employees every day. We're hands-on as they come. Sometimes people say too hands-on, but the reality is we're a family business.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just take the opportunity to ask one question. I think rightly so. Something big, something changing. People have lots of questions and maybe concerns. And so maybe to take the flip side of one of the questions asked, what if you are able to execute? What does that look like?
Well, what that looks like is 110 to 120 events at the Brandt Center a year. That's not all concerts, but that's 25 to 40 concerts, other events attached. That's 110 to 120 events at the Queen City. That's hopefully a couple big events in Mosaic. That's a brand new site with new features that you won't see in Canada. For example, it will be the first stadium to have digital rink boards, new power ring, new sound system, other probably fan favorite features, a cleaned up building, one that we can look at. It may still have old bones, but it can look a lot better. Clean bathrooms, great customer service. That's the thing that we want to move ahead. It's all about creating an experience. It's not selling the food. It's not selling the tickets. It's not watching the hockey. It's about creating an experience that's exciting, that makes you want to come back and enjoy it again. It's also about, if we're successful, what a success looks like. It's about having a place to gather. There's a saying there: families that play together stay together, and I think that holds true for communities as well. Communities that gather stay together. Right. And I think for the young people coming up, and my grandkids coming up, we need to have the amenities that I had when I was a kid, when the city was newer. And I think that's part of what we're trying to do here, both with this event or this project, but also maybe other projects that come in the future.
Thanks, Sean. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello. Thanks for being back here and continually answering our questions. One of our strategic priorities is IDEA, which is inclusion, diversity, equitable, and accessibility. And you already did mention accessibility, but I wanted to let you speak a little bit more about how you plan on meeting that strategic value.
Yeah, obviously the building needs to be renovated to be able to create more accessibility, right? That's the goal. That's what we're going to do, and we'll probably consult with stakeholders in the community to look at that as well. So that will be obviously important to us.
Yeah, and that would include elevator and washrooms and things, correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
Perfect. And then there's a lot of messages that we're getting from the community, especially employees, which are a little uncertain about where they're going to be. Did you want to maybe take a moment to address what it would be like to work for Brandt and give some assurity to what's happening there?
Yeah, we treat the janitor the same as we treat the vice president. That's the first thing. We look at people, not as, employees or whatever, right? So people a lot of times ask when we go and buy a dealership or we buy a company, what do we expect? And the three things that we always ask for is do your best, do what's right, but treat others as you want to be treated. That's just a simple philosophy we have. And so working for Brandt, we want them to be successful. When a person starts at Brandt, we try to create a career ladder, right? What does that career ladder look like? You may start on the front lines, sweeping the floors, but you graduate. We had a fellow just retire from the company, 47 years. He doesn't have his high school graduation, started in our paint line, wanted to get into sales, ended up, Dad eventually said, yes, go ahead in sales. He ended up opening up a Regina branch for us, went to Saskatoon, went to Winnipeg, went to Calgary, went to Edmonton, and then he was going to retire. And I said, I got one more posting for you. How about New Zealand? And he went to New Zealand, and we had his party here a month ago. But this year, we celebrate 10 year. This year, we had 352 15-year and older employee awards went out in a single year. That was the most ever, and that's 15 and up. To me, that's success, because obviously if people stay with you, hopefully you're doing something right.
Yeah, I think a lot of the employee concerns are mostly about the unknown. And also, does it bother you that it's just unionized staff and how that transition will work?
I mean, we've made the comment or the commitment to recognize the union. We plan to meet with every employee there. When, during COVID, when I bought 60 dealerships during that time, I went out and I met every single employee from Australia to New Zealand to Eastern Canada, because they need to know who we are. Sometimes you have perception of it's a big company and who it is, but when you shake somebody's hand and look them in the eyes, and we'll do the same here. We'll try to communicate our vision to what we're trying to do here, how we're going to invest in them. One of the things that I know a number of people that work there at the front lines, because they're the ones that are serving us when we're at the hockey games, when we're at the concerts. And, I think most people want to do well. And I don't think that's any different at Real. They want to do well. What we're going to be able to do is invest in them. Training is an important function, right? Are they being trained in the latest and greatest hospitality efforts? Do they have all the tools that they need to do a good job, to be successful? Do we support them when there's a problem? Those are things that are important to employees. And so those are the things that we'll try and do to be a good employer. Does that mean we do everything perfectly? No, I'm not going to tell you that. We make mistakes every day. But we also are close enough and big enough to admit to when we do.
Okay. And do you think that, I've heard you say before that you think there'll actually be more jobs available with your venture versus less? Did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, there has to be, right? I mean, if you're going to go from 20 or 25 to 110 or 20 events, there's going to have to be a lot more employees, okay? And remember, when we talk 650 or 700 employees, a lot of part-time, so that's not necessarily full-time hours, right? So the more events you have, the more full-time, like not year-round employees you have, right? If you're ad hoc and you hire 100 for that one weekend, what do they do for the rest of the year? If we do more events, they're hired more and more often. And so that will be, there has to be more hours. It's just, there's no way around it.
Yeah, so you expect to have more employees versus less employees.
Correct.
And then when we were talking about the community events, can you explain the incentive for you to have more community events?
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, so not every event will be a ticketed event, right? So, if you take Queen City Distillers Project, when we have a music event, it may be ticketed, it may not be ticketed. It may be, and the part of the reason why we can do that is we get food and beverage, right? So you get food and beverage. There's other ways to make money to help support the event. And then there's the other thing that we're not going to quit doing as a company. Brandt's still going to sponsor many events, right? There's two Brandts, right? There's Brandt Sports and Entertainment that's going to be delivering this, and there's Brandt Company that sponsor all kinds of events. And that portion won't stop either.
And a lot of the fears are that the prices are going to get jacked up on the events and things, but that might not be the case when you are the food and beverage, correct?
That's right. That's right. That's one of the problems we have right now in our current lease arrangement is we have only the season tickets, and we have only the boxes, and we have sponsorships from the boards down. That's only revenue we have. So this will change the way that all works going forward.
And being able to control the whole experience lets you pull the different levers to hopefully make you a profit, but at least let the community have different options, correct? And that's why you can do it better?
Yeah, and we want obviously more options, more seating options, more entertainment options, more of everything from that standpoint, because it will take delivering a lot of different kinds of events and a lot of different options to make this a financial goal. It's like I said, a tough business.
Okay. And then a lot of the community feedback has also been about that tax incentive. And do you want to explain a little bit on why you believe there should be a tax incentive?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, there isn't any of these kind of buildings in Canada that I know of that pay taxes. The losses of $1 million a month virtually right now, any additional burden of that is going to just cause more losses and more of a hole to dig out from. And with this scenario, we're not getting even all the revenue that Real has today, but we're taking all the hard assets that are old. We're taking all of the assets that are event-based, that have all the risk, not ice time that's relatively stable or other ones that are there. So any additional burden just kind of tips the risk scale to where it's just not worth doing.
Okay. And I think that's it for me. So thank you so much for being back here.
Thank you. I see no further questions. So thank you, Semple family, for coming again today, and you can return to the gallery. Thank you. I think what we'll do is we're close to our natural break here, and this is probably a natural break. So we'll take our break right now, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Folks could take their seats. Okay, we will now consider item CR 26-44, Real Brand Proposal. And I will ask Councillor Mancinelli to please introduce the report.
Okay, we discussed this last week at Executive Committee fairly thoroughly.
Sorry, Councillor, just hold on 1 second. My mistake, give me 1 second. We have to receive and file communications. I missed the communications from before. So we have some communications on item CR 26-44, Real Brand Proposal. Can I have a motion to receive and file the following communications? CP 26-23, Stu Niebergall from the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. CP 26-24, Marnell Jones, the Mosaic Company. CP 26-25, Brianna Hayes from Regina. CP 26-26, Kyle Jaworski Bungie. CP 26-27, Colton Parisian from Regina. CP 26-28, Philip Jeffries from Regina. And CP 26-29, Patrick Book from Regina. Councillor Radens, thank you. And a seconder. Councillor Siklees, any opposed? And carried. Sorry, Councillor Bezo, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. Through the chair, I would like to table my motion today, MN 26-7, to the next session.
Okay, can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Mancinelli, and any opposed to tabling that motion? Okay, that's carried. We'll table that motion. Okay, back to you, Councillor Mancinelli, to introduce the CR 26-44.
Thanks. CR 26-44, the Real Brand Proposal, was well debated in Executive Committee last week. Some of the highlights that were talked about was this was an unsolicited offer that was considered because of pre-existing tenure and leases of the Brandt Group and their profile on the Real District. Heard from many delegates and debated it for many hours before moving it on to City Council for final decision this week.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I am going to move this report. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Mancinelli? Thank you. And so I am going to ask that for a motion to move in camera to receive confidential legal advice regarding this proposal. And I'll look for a seconder for that, please. Councillor Mancinelli, thank you. So we will go in camera. We will be back shortly. Thank you. just going to start with probably a question for administration. Probably my one main question is just to highlight what are the next steps, just so everybody and the public is clear. After, if this goes forward, if this is approved, what would be the next steps? Where are we at in terms of the overall proposal agreement going forward? Mr. Jedlick, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. If Council approves the recommendation, you're directing administration to negotiate binding definitive agreements with Brant based on the terms in this non-binding term sheet. That's going to involve a massive amount of work, and engagement of external counsel. The 25-page term sheet will turn into somewhere between 500 and 1,000 pages of legal agreements. There's a chance we will reach an impasse and can't complete the deal. But I believe there's enough good opportunity in this deal for both Brant and for the city that we will get through what will inevitably be some tough negotiations. I believe the Semple family is deeply personally invested in this, or else they would not have spent the time and resources trying to find a solution that works both for them and for the community. So that's really the next steps, is trying to close this deal, as Mr. Semple said.
And just one other question, just for some of the feedback that I received, just in terms of, if, we have some provisions around if something went sideways and we were to take some of these back. Can you just speak to what we have in place for if if something went, not to plan? We have some provisions in the term sheet already with respect to what that looks like for the city.
I'll start, and then Ms. Willoughby may wish to add some comments, but really we identified sort of our risk in the first 10 years. And so within the first 10 years, we have a couple of buyback provisions or options at the city's disposal if things don't play out as we suspect. So,
Ms. Willoughby, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, maybe we'll just point out, also in the term sheet, there is some structures set out in terms of we're contemplating that there will be a governance committee that will have a terms of reference that will deal with some of these sorts of issues. The final agreements will include dispute resolution provisions. Don't know exactly what those will look like at this point, but those would be sort of typical things you would expect in commercial agreements like this. So yeah, there are a number of checks and balances already in the term sheet, and that will definitely be in the final agreements going forward.
Perfect, thank you. So just to summarize, a lot of work left to do, but like you said, a lot of goodwill and I think incentive for everybody to get to the table and make this happen. I'll save most of my comments for closing, but I'm still in favor, as I was last week, of moving ahead with this proposal. I think it is a transformative opportunity for the city. I think everybody is looking for things that we can do to really move us in a direction, and from my own perspective and focus area of really tackling our infrastructure deficit, this is a very unique proposal and look on how we can do that. So with that, I'll look to my colleagues for any questions or comments, and I'll save the rest of my comments for closing. Councillor Furrow, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I guess I'll just start off with an amendment, if that's possible. I think you have it, right, Amber?
Yeah, we'll get it pulled up here. Yeah, you bet.
Thanks. I think for governments, it's easier sometimes to build.
I'll just get you to, just because we'll get the amendment put up so you can introduce it. We'll get a seconder, and then I'll get you to speak to it at that point.
Got it.
I was told by the clerk to follow procedure.
It's important. It's important.
Yeah, Councillor Furrow, so I'll get you can introduce your amendment, and then I'll get a seconder, and then you can have the time to speak to it.
Yeah, so I'll be brief. This amendment, which I'll speak to after I get a seconder, would set up an asset reserve fund, a savings account, which is consistent with best practice. I believe administration was working on this and believe it should happen, but it's specific for the cooperators and affinity buildings. And it would, I think, send a strong signal to the public that we'll take care of those retained public buildings forever. And that they'll forever remain in public hands, and it might also allow us to fix them up a bit too.
Thank you, Councillor Furrow. I'm just going to get a this up on the screen so folks can see it. And I'll ask for a seconder. Councillor Burton. Perfect. Councillor Fro, you can go ahead and speak to your amendment.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I don't know if we stop the beeping first. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Fro.
Yeah, thanks. I think sometimes it's easier for governments to build shiny things than it is to take care of them. And I think we have to take care of our retained assets forever. So this amendment will forever protect the retained public assets, specifically the affinity plex and the cooperators. And this is best practice in Canada. Our former CFO strongly recommends it. And it will see us put away money every year to ensure that we can maintain and afford major investments into these facilities. These two buildings are special. They attract millions of users, both residents and visitors. We retain ownership of these buildings. We're going to retain control and operations of these buildings. So I guess I'd ask my colleagues, please, let's send a strong message to the public that will protect them forever. I've heard strong feedback from residents, hockey players, ringette players, folks that might go there for Eid, that they're worried that one day these buildings will fall into disrepair and be sold. I think we have a great opportunity to be fiscally responsible, address the public concerns, and put us in a position where we enhance public trust, public use, and public ownership of these two buildings forever. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. I'll just say first that this is 100% in alignment with how I see us taking care of these assets, so I'm happy to support your amendment on this. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thanks. I wish I could say I'm 100% happy to support this amendment, but I have a little bit of a fear. Looking through the information delineated through this debate, administration's number $10 million a year, $300,000 a week. We're looking to take that money, and if I remember my 10 years on council, the Affinity Plex and the Cooperator Center aren't the only buildings in our purview under asset management. I think we were supposed to be investing something like upwards of $18 million a year in the asset management of our vertical built infrastructure. If I remember correctly, I think we're investing somewhere around 13 million, and that's been ongoing, so we have that big glut of uninvested repairs to do. If we were to take this deal, free up the $10 million a year, $300,000 a month, and then restrict for a reserve to be established for these two buildings, I'm worried I'm taking away administration's ability to be professional and to triage repair for many assets that have been neglected. We're trying to catch up on neglect through the chair by having really strong rules about how we have to save for these two assets in particular. Do we shortchange the rest of the assets we also have to catch up on for the city as a proper entity? Through the chair.
Who would like to speak? Mr. May, go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you. Thank you for the question, Councillor. I would say that my understanding of the motion is that we will bring back information to be part of your 27 budget deliberations. And so as part of that, we can address some of the questions. We would be doing work to present the picture to address some of the questions or thoughts that you've expressed here today on the floor of council as part of that discussion. What does this do? How could we fund it? Does it take away from other capital programs? That can be all part of the discussion that you have in December around this.
Thanks. One more question. When councillor uses pens and writes motions, administration does work and gets wages paid. Is this part of your normal work, or would this be, a considerable over and above the normal course of business for that budget?
Through the chair, I would not consider this to be considerable additional work over and above what we'll be putting into the budget process for this year.
Then I can totally support this. I really like the spirit it's written in, and it's what we have to achieve. So thanks for those answers.
Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Between Councillor Fro and myself, we are at the opposite ends of the spectrum. We have soccer and hockey covered. It's no heated rivalry, but rather collegial competition. It is important that we recognize that the buildings that are not part of this deal are not left behind. Roof leaks, shower temperatures, not going there, field surfaces, to name a few. We need to ensure these problems are addressed in the future with some of the savings realized here. I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
The chair, I do support this, but I think
there's one step before we start doing that is paying off. Like, what is the amount we owe with Real right now with all our loans? What do we owe?
Mr. May, go ahead.
Through the chair, at December 31st, 2025, Real had term loans outstanding of $8.3 million.
8.3 million.
That's at December 31st, 2025.
Yeah. Personally, I'd like to see us pay the debt off first, and then, or a portion of accelerating paying the debt off, and then putting it towards the buildings. I mean, I think that's kind of a wiser decision instead of just putting all the money to the reserve. But I think pay off your debt. I think that's an important thing. Maybe you could throw that in there too.
Mr. May, do you want to comment on that?
Sure. Through the chair, we currently are providing the cash by which Real makes its debt payments. It's already built into our ongoing budget. That will remain the case. This deal leaves the debt with the city ultimately, as it always has been. So we have the money in place to make the debt payments going forward, just like we do today. So there is no real implication on this deal in terms of the city being able to pay these debts off over time.
But faster you pay it off, the less interest, et cetera, and then you free up cash flow. But I would like to see that, at least maybe that amendment, how long, if we accelerated paying it, how long is it going to take us to pay $8.3 million off at the current rate?
Mr. May?
Through the chair, as I said earlier, these are all things that we can bring forward as part of the discussion you're going to have during your budget deliberations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I understand that the intent of this amendment is simply to essentially that there will be a report back with recommendations on the creation of this potential reserve. So we can, there will be a report back and we can consider the merits and whatnot at that time. But I do have, I would suggest then a friendly amendment in the language to make that a bit more clear, because it says that according to this amendment, the annual reserve contribution will be determined based on a percentage, whatever. So I think based on my read of previous amendments, how that is generally dealt with is putting with consideration, something along those lines, with consideration of the annual reserve contribution. Because my read of it is you're coming back and that's what you're doing, versus if we say with consideration, that gives administration more ability to say, we recommend this instead of that particular direction. And so, yeah, where the mouse is where I'm recommending the word consideration. And so my question to the mover of the amendment is if he's open to that, because in my mind, that just gives them more flexibility where they could say, yep, that sounds good, or no, we recommend how that this reserve is funded in a different way, and this is what we recommend. So I'm just trying to ensure we're not tying administration's hands preemptively by saying exactly how this reserve is going to work when we don't even know yet.
Councillor Fro?
Yeah, I mean, I guess through the chair, the intention of this, right, is to say on the floor of council that we believe taking care of these buildings is important. And Councillor Rasevich made some important points about paying off the debt. Councillor Zakiniak has made some important points about giving administration flexibility. This will come to us at budget. We will determine it then. I don't see a lot of risk in it. I'm fine with changing the wording, because ultimately what we're looking to do is give administration, we're directing administration to give us recommendations in line with city policy. And we, of course, will review this again at budget time. And Dan's made some good points. That's a good point. I'm fine with that wording. I think the most important thing what we're saying here today to the public is we're going to take care of these buildings that are important to you. And we will maintain them in public ownership, and we're going to commit to do that work. There's more work to be done. It clearly says we have to sort of finish up our obligations associated with the Brant deal here. So I'm okay with that word, if that helps you, Councillor Zakinian.
Okay, and so thank you. And then my question to administration is, does this amendment give you the flexibility that you need then to come back to us and give your recommendations in relation to these reserves?
Mr. May?
Through the chair, yes, I believe that this, we can work with this amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bezo, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Councillor Froy, I fully understand and appreciate asset preservation and asset financing and the financials that go with it. I'm going to ask maybe through the city clerk or someone else in administration, is this the right place to bring up something like this? Because right now with the real campus and this deal that's we're going to be voting upon right away, is this the right format to bring this up, or is this a standalone motion that we should be looking at in a week or two?
I'll ask the acting city clerk to speak to that. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, this is in order. It's in order to bring it forward right now at this meeting as an amendment.
Okay. And then so we bring it forward as an amendment, and then as we talked about for the reserve, for the report that's going to come, it's like we have a noise wall reserve that we don't have funding for. Is this going to be ending up in the same pile?
Is that administration?
Whoever. Like,
Well, it should be to
we're creating some
administration.
paperwork at this point, and we don't know where it's going to go.
Okay, well, I'll ask, and again, I think the context was bringing a report back to talk about a lot of those things, but I'll maybe ask Mr. May to comment on that.
Through the chair, what I would say is that we are looking to have a good, thorough discussion about capital and the state of the city's capital and where we need to invest as part of your 2027 budget deliberations. So this is part of that.
Okay, so part of it. Okay, so last question here. So these buildings right now are part of the real campus, is that correct? Okay, so we don't know right now what's going to be happening with real, if it's going to be absorbed by the city or if it's going to remain intact as a real entity. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's my understanding of the proposal before you is that Real will continue to exist as a corporate entity once this deal
Okay.
is done.
So then the question becomes then, is this a real task or is this a city task?
So I think what I've heard is there's going to be information coming back at budget time about this. So I think this is a decision on whether we want that information to come back holistically. I think Councillor Fro indicated that Councillor Rasevich had some good comments and Councillor Zakidniak. So I think the conversation is really leading to the decision around, do we want administration to come back at budget time to look at this or not?
Well,
And
I
would
fully get it,
include-
but we look at the library. We got a library that...
So we're not talking about the library.
No, I'm just saying we're using that as an example. So they have a reserve, but we don't have them put money in a reserve.
That's where this will come back, whether it's viable or not. So I would expect, and Mr. May, you can maybe comment, but the city may come back, the administration may come back and say that
I think the
we
city
don't
manager
recommend
has
doing
a
that.
comment too.
Sorry?
City manager might have a comment on
Yeah,
this.
I'll get to him. I'm just talking about Mr. May can comment on, I believe the information is that will come back. It'll be around whether you even recommend doing this and to what capacity. So I think it would address your concerns, Councilor Bezo, but Mr. May, maybe just comment and I'll go to you, Mr. Nickel, after.
Your summary is correct.
Okay, Mr. Nickel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to remind all members that regardless of the technical or legal existence of Real, these are city assets. So the work is for us to do. And again, I'll take the opportunity to remind members respectfully so that there's no surprise when this report comes back in December that to fund reserves, you need the funds, which has been a criticism for many, many years. So there's going to be a reallocation of monies from somewhere, or there's going to be taxes raised. We do not have a box somewhere where we've got X million dollars that is just going to go into some kind of reserve. It's just one of those difficult decisions and trade-offs that you're going to have to face.
Councilor Bezo, any other questions?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you. Frankly, this amendment is a good one. And the reason I say that is I questioned previous mayor regarding the responsibility and taking care of our assets for 20 years, we have not put something in place. Previous councils, previous leaders. And frankly, this is a step in the right direction to take care of the remaining assets that we still own. And if we cannot do that, then in 10, perhaps even 20 years, we are going to be sitting around this horseshoe, perhaps not us, but future councils that will have to deal with those degrading assets. Reserves are important. We have reserves for transit. We have reserves that we need to have in place to take care of the things that we own. And would we do that with our own homes? We wouldn't have, savings or whatever we need to take care of our properties? Well, for a big city and a corporation that cannot do that, then I say we are not doing and taking responsibility for what we need to. So I will be supporting this 100%. I want to say 1,000, but that's not a real thing. So yes, thank you, Councillor Fro, for bringing that forward, because that is taking responsibility for where we sit today as a council and what we leave our future decision makers. And so I do not want to see us here in 10 years or 20 years and we're going to sell off those assets again, because that is not responsible leadership. And thank you for bringing that forward, and good call.
Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello, and thank you to the chair. So I guess my question is when I read the report, I don't think we actually get any savings until 2028 or 2029. Is that correct? Like, I don't actually think the real deal has much effect in our 2027 budget.
Mr. Jedlick, go ahead.
Through the mayor, that is correct. There are transition costs that are forecasted in that chart over the next couple of years.
So I guess my concern is that we're spending money we don't have in the bank yet. So it would be that 2027, 2028 budget. I think it would be more appropriate for 2028, 2029 budget if this is the intention for the savings we're getting for the campus. Overall, I'm very supportive because the campus has now got a new ownership, which is going to be taking care of it. And we have a reserve set up for the ITC, and we have reserve set up for Mosaic Stadium. And these are the missing pieces that don't have a reserve. So overall, I'm supportive, but I do think that it has to be the 2028, 2029 budget, because we don't actually get any savings or any reduction on our mill rate until 2028.
Mr. Nicol, do you want to comment on that? Go ahead.
Sure, through you, Mayor. I think your point's well taken, Councillor, but I think what we would do is we will come back as part of the 2027 budget, and if we need to, we will outline based on cash flow when this would come about. So the report may come back and say it actually will be established, say January 1st, 2028 or something. So
okay.
I think we're fine.
I'm just cautionary that we're all like excited for the savings, but it doesn't actually happen until 2028. So, yeah. All right. But otherwise, I am in support of this.
Councillor Flores.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I think all my colleagues have outlined that this is a good amendment and it sets us up to be able to make sure we take care of those assets. So, Councillor Radin stole a lot of my words because the theme of today was, what are we going to do in the future to make sure that this doesn't happen again, where we find ourselves with costs that are beyond what we can afford. So I see taking proactive measures to be able to make sure that doesn't happen again in the future as a good step. And I really appreciate this being brought forward. And I hope that we can continue moving forward with this and other assets in that way, where we think about not just today, but how we're going to manage our assets in the future. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, Councillor Fro, would you like to close debate on your amendment?
No, we got lots of work to do. Thanks for the time, everybody.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment, please.
Through you, Mayor, the amendment is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Councillor Fro, back to you on the main motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you give me a quick heads up when we get close to being done? Maybe 2 minutes warning, Amber? I guess first question through the chair to administration is about net contribution margins. I think there's been lots of questions raised about why some buildings, why not other buildings. And I'm wondering do we know the net contribution margins in terms of the aspects of real that are proposed to be sold? Or do we have that information? It's fine if we don't.
Mr. Jedlick?
I would say that the financial data that we were able to get from Real was, challenging to allocate costs to specific buildings and specific events, and it's something they've been working on trying to improve. But the reliability of it, isn't probably where we'd want it to be.
Through the chair, a lot of hockey players have reached out asking about ice time and ice scheduling. It's my understanding that the cooperators as well as Affinity will not only be publicly owned but publicly run. So question through the chair is, will the city continue to control or have influence over ice times, as in the scheduling, the charges that youth hockey are charged, and will we continue to own things like the Zambonis and things like that in those facilities?
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. So scheduling and fee collection for city ice time at the cooperators will continue to be operated by the city of Regina. And we're not selling any of our ice maintenance equipment or any of the equipment that go towards supporting those facilities.
Thank you. Through the chair, well, the city isn't obligated to repurchase the assets if Brant determines that a continued operation is no longer commercially viable. If the city doesn't, like if we choose not to, my read of the term sheet is that it doesn't indicate what will happen next. So what would happen next? And I guess if we don't exercise our option, how can we ensure that the underlying intent to operate those facilities in the best interest of the community continues?
Ms. Willoughby?
Thank you, through you, the mayor. So you'll see in the term sheet there are provisions around continued operation, and it does indicate that those obligations aren't intended. I mean, it recognizes that the site will change over time to some degree. Buildings may come up and new ones replace them. It also isn't intended to prohibit a sale in that circumstance or others. But what you'll also see in there is that there is a requirement that any third party or new purchaser of the site will be required to assume all the same obligations that are being imposed on Brant in this initial transaction.
Thank you. The chair, section 41 of our city administration bylaw, as I read it, requires city-owned property to be disposed of in a fair and transparent manner at fair market value. What I don't understand necessarily is, or at least I didn't read, is has administration advised council if it applies to this transaction? So I'm curious if administration sees any residual risk to the city for sort of not adopting sort of a more open and competitive sale process. I think we've heard good reason as to why Brant is a likely partner. I think we've heard from developers there may not be an interest. But what I'm wondering is, are we inadvertently setting precedents that when we sell future things, how will we manage future unsolicited offers, and are we confident that we're following our own bylaws in that respect? So I just want to make sure we're not inadvertently setting up precedents that binds future councils when we make material decisions as a city.
Ms. Willoughby?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So the admin bylaw actually is about delegation of authority. So while that section that you referenced, in a variety of circumstances, authority is delegated if it's publicly offered, if it's at fair market value. Where those circumstances don't exist, such as this, as an unsolicited offer, it requires council approval, and that's why we are here today.
Okay, so council is effectively the safeguard.
Correct.
Okay. I think I'll just close with this. We can't wish the crisis at Brant away. I think we saw in the report, to do our job right, it will require between $16 and $22 million a year. That equates to almost a 7% property tax increase a year before we do anything else. And I suspect that no one around this council has an interest in doing our job poorly. I certainly am not interested in seeing buildings crumble and problems kicked down the road. So I am someone that wants to invest into affordable housing, parks, and infrastructure and the arts. And I don't think I can do that credibly if I vote against this without a credible plan. I can't count the amount of times in the last couple of years that folks have come up to me with great ideas that I have to say, I'm sorry, we don't have the money, whether it's sustainability, fixing our sidewalks, and I want to work on those things. So if we vote no, or if I were to vote no, I'd have to commit to spend all my time and most of our money to addressing the commercial side of real. And I hope to spend that time and money on other things. I absolutely believe, and I think we've heard it from the public, and I think we need to acknowledge it, that we have to find a better process and more time to engage the public on major decisions. I believe that to be true. And at a time, when so many in our community distrust politicians, the more engagement we have is healthier. And so I hope that moving forward, yes, we followed our existing rules, but if a city is changing, and if real is changing, so too can we change to meet people where they're at when they have concerns. And so to those in my ward that have concerns, I'll say this in closing, I've worked hard to address them. I pushed for more time, third-party review and market testing. And while those were unsuccessful, it still doesn't mean it's right to vote against this deal. There's lots of exciting things in this vision, and I hope to spend more time with my colleagues and the community on other things that align with our shared values. And so I will be voting no, and certainly that vote was subject to a couple of things. One, my colleagues agreeing, and thank you, to protect the retained public assets forever, and two, continued work and negotiation on the terms. And I believe, having met with my colleagues and administration, that will continue over the next couple of months. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I can tell residents that there's a part of my heart that is pained to see municipal assets being sold. Perhaps in another dimension or universe, things would be in better shape. But this is where we're at with a problem situation that needs to be resolved. Business has no monopoly on good decisions, and government has no monopoly on bad decisions. There are some problems at Real, and there are concerns about city taxes being used to support Real. There are both public and private examples of Real campuses in other cities. I do not make decisions based simply on whether something should be private sector or public sector. I make decisions based on the best interests of the citizens of Regina. But we need to make a decision. Some suggest we should delay, get more opinions, take more time, navel gaze, might find some lint. One delegation against the deal stated, we elected council to represent us, so they should have been able to do that and not be expected to just rubber stamp something without being fully informed first. I want to talk about that. I have trust in the administration and their work on this proposal. I have trust in the independent evaluation and the organizations that were engaged. I have received very little negative opinion against this in my ward. I've received lots of support for the proposed deal from coworkers, neighbors, hockey players, and residents. Due diligence has been performed and the administration will continue to work on the deal. Let the word go forth, near and far, that Regina City Council is prepared to take the bold steps to address problems and not delay or kick the can down the road. I'm doing exactly what the delegation stated, representing you. I'm in support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a few questions, but my questions are for the residents that have concerns. So let's talk taxes. How much would taxes be for a property this size, for a commercial property this size? Per year, how much would the taxes be?
Mr. Jedlick, go ahead.
Through the mayor, the initial evaluation from the city assessor is roughly $1 million for the assets that are being sold.
Thank you. So for 99 years, that's $99 million. I'll just leave that. Next question. Can you tell us about the tax exemption piece and the 5 years, and how will that roll out?
Mr. Jedlick.
So the initial 5-year tax assessment would be provided for all the assets that are being purchased, but it would exclude, say, the McDonald's, which is third party, and so it would continue to pay taxes. The tax exemption is personal to Brant, and so if the properties were ever sold, it would discontinue. And it only continues if the facilities continue to be used for community purposes, community good. I believe that. I don't know if there's anything else to add with that. Oh, sorry. So that's the first 5 years. At 5 years, Brant would have to come and make a request for that exemption to be extended. If council of the day decided not to extend it, then they would pay the taxes but receive a grant back of 95% of the municipal and library portions of it. And that would, again, be tied to the continuation of the facilities being used for community benefit and would be personal to Brant, so it wouldn't transfer in any sale. Additionally, if there were any new development, such as a new hotel being constructed, that would be excluded from any tax exemption.
Thank you. So through the chair, legislation regarding the tax exemption every 5 years, that is actually Cities Act, correct?
Ms. Willoughby, go ahead.
Yes, that's correct. 5 years is the maximum length that council can approve at one time.
Okay, thank you. So regarding the 95% back in grant, that's only if council does not approve the exemption, correct? Okay. And so you answered my third party question already. Okay. Thank you for that, and I think community needs to understand what is at what's on the table, and I think that clarifies a few things. So I would like to propose or put forward an amendment. Please, can we get that up? Okay, so the reason, can I?
So I'll just get you to introduce it, and then I'll get a seconder, and then you can speak to it. So if you just want to introduce it briefly, and then I'll get a seconder, and then we can
Thank
you can speak to it.
So the intent of this amendment is to ensure that the terms of agreement is being followed, and it is a good tool and measure 5 years before coming back to council to ask for an approval of another tax exemption. After conferring with legal, as it stands, the legislation in the Cities Act that every 5 years must come back to council for approval, of which it may or may not be approved. And so this ensures that we have accountability for residents of this city, as we have heard, and I have from many residents They are concerned about taxes. And so I think if we do this annual report back from administration, and it gives an evaluation and the statuses of the community and the commitment there and performance measure outlined in the agreement and considered in future requests for continued tax exemptions.
Okay, I'll ask for a seconder for Councillor Radden's amendment. Councillor Flores. Okay, Councillor Raddens, you can speak to your amendment.
Okay, I think I pretty much spoke to that. I think it's a good tool and an assessment that we would have ahead of time before the 5-year mark when a request for exemption would come back. And so then we would know progressively over year after year what is happening and if the terms of the agreement are being followed and we are meeting communities' demands in terms of events, etc.
Okay, I know some folks had their lights on before, so for the main motion, so now we're on to Councillor Radden's amendment. If you have questions, so if you have questions on Councillor Radden's amendment, you can keep your light on. I see Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I think for the most part, I support the spirit of that, and it's just part of that public trust of making sure that we can say, yes, things are going great. Here's a report that asserts that things are going great. I think both sides win. My question to administration would be mostly on how do we define community good? Because that was asked last session, and the answer was things like QCX and agribition as what we define community good and the use of those assets. But in the case of something else being built there that is for commercial purposes, is there something whereby if that asset now is being used to support agribition, does that then become that asset part of that community good? And then
Mr. Jedlick, go ahead.
I think it's a great question. Certainly defining community good, community impact has been one of the most challenging components of this entire undertaking, and we've started to wrap our brains around it. But fitting that into the definitive agreements is something that we know we need to work through. The notion of an annual report, I think, is a good undertaking in the sense that everyone's going to be very curious to see how this works. And we will be establishing a sort of overall governance committee. Because it is shared campus and there's transition stuff here, we're going to be working together. And so, I think this is a good opportunity to track how this plays out and ideally to use it to ensure that there's good alignment in terms of how things are working. And it's, I think, a nice reporting measure on it. And the burden would be placed on administration to prepare this.
All right. Okay. Thank you for that. So I think precisely because last time and today it's been established that definition of community good is one that is likely hard to come by. What does that mean? And that could mean different things to other people. And is community good, a small event versus something as large as QCX or agribition? I fully support this amendment because it does allow us to have that conversation with the public where we say we thought this was a really good deal and we entered it because we believe there was good the possibility for great things for the community, and here you go, these are the great things that are happening in this community. So I see that as a tool to be able to do that and to continue building confidence from the public for both the city and for Brant. So I support this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So I just wanted to ask administration. So I heard that this would be, I think what I heard is this is actually considered a useful exercise for us to try and that administration would report on that, would try to evaluate this and report back to council. So is in terms of so I guess first of all, is that right? And secondly, so you're able to execute on this amendment, you see some value in doing this work. Is that accurate? Whoever, I don't know who I'm speaking with.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at you.
through the chair, certainly. I mean, one of the most exciting things about the opportunity here is Brandt's commitment to increasing the number of events that occur on site. And they will absolutely be tracking that because that's how they're going to measure success.
Yeah.
If the events stay flat and they invest a ton of money into it, that's a bad day for everyone.
Yeah.
And so this will be a way to track how this is working out, and so I think it's a good opportunity to just see how this is working out long term.
Okay. I also appreciate this amendment, and I think I've heard from many residents that they don't want us to just make a decision today and then there's no additional check-ins in relation to everything. And so this gives us the ability to, and the public to see how things are going, and have a check-in process. So I guess on that note, so these reports would come to City Council then? Is that or is that a question for the mover?
Mr. Jedlick?
Yes, they would return to City Council.
Okay. Okay, I think it's a good extra, it's a good, as you said, check in on how the progress is and ability for any concerns to be aired and any successes to be shared. So I appreciate this. Thank you.
Councillor Bizo? No, you're good. Okay, I see no other questions. Councillor Radens, would you like to close debate?
I think it's been said, and I think it's like a report card, an annual report card that we can see, the successes and a check-in, and it's a good tool and measure to see where and how we're moving forward. And so, thank you for that, and I hope that you would support this. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment.
Through you, Mayor, the amending motion is carried in a vote result of 7-4. Those voting in favor as follows were Councillors Fro, Turnbull, Mancinelli, Radins, Zakidniak, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky. Those voting against were Councillors Sickles, Bizo, Burton, and Rasevich.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Radins, you have about 3 minutes, 28 seconds on the main motion. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I think I asked my questions ahead of time, and so I'm good with where we're at here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sickles, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. We are on the main motion of approving or not approving this deal now?
Correct, we're on the main motion. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, well, to you, to my colleagues, members in the gallery, members of the public watching at home, today we have the opportunity to advance a significant item that reflects our commitment to better governance and a stronger, more vibrant future for Regina. After extensive review, public input, and answered questions, the Brant Real Partnership Agreement brings private investment and experienced management to our oldest Real District buildings. Most importantly, it transfers the substantial infrastructure deficit risk away from taxpayers while delivering major recreational upgrades that will directly improve the lives of Regina residents and visitors. We will see more sports, more recreational opportunities, more entertainment, more concerts, more rodeos, more farm shows, and greatly enhanced food and beverage options. That's my favorite part. Real will become a year-round destination with more options that are currently available. A lively hub that brings families together, supports local talent, attracts visitors, and creates even more lasting memories for our community. Something they've been doing for longer than Regina has been a city, and this is just improving on that. Our city's history is not one of perfection, but it is still better than most. And it is fundamentally a story of perpetual improvement. These decisions today embody that spirit. Pragmatic steps forward, made possible by the dedication of my fellow councillors, the mayor, city administration, and engaged residents. I'm proud of the work we've done together, and I look forward to continuing to build a Regina that works for everyone. I will be voting in favor of progress. I will be voting in favor of a better future. I will be voting in favor of this historic opportunity and expect great things to come. Let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I will go to Councillor Zakiniak. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a 1 minute warning, please?
Yes, you may.
Great. So I do have multiple questions still, some which I've asked but haven't received sufficient answers to, and some which I think are important to be answered publicly. So regarding potential buyback, do we have to keep an amount in our debt limit to cover that in case we should need to or want to buy back the real district at any point in the future?
Ms. Willoughby?
I'm not the CFO, but it's not an existing obligation today, so I would think the answer is no.
Okay, thanks. And what is the appraised value of all the land at Real?
Mr. Jedlick?
So, through the mayor, the appraised value for the 45 acres of land that is contemplated to be transferred is roughly 10 million.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, I was told, or I believe I was told last week, that should this go ahead, that Real would not actually exist as an organization. And maybe that was specific to the board, or I misunderstood, but I heard something different today. So I'm looking for clarity on that.
Mr. Jedlick?
I'll start, and Ms. Willoughby may add or clarify anything, but Real itself as an entity will continue to exist, but if the transition takes place, it will have no employees. And so the idea is that it would exist as an entity, but over time be wound down similar to CSIR.
Okay, and I had asked this question, and I want to hear the answer publicly. Has administration considered the possibility that the city of Regina will actually not receive any money if this deal gets approved as a result of the possibility that $6.5 million gets spent by the city for material, building condition differences, and employee severance?
Mr. Jedlick?
Yeah, through the mayor, certainly in negotiating the terms, we're well aware of the risk. One of the things about this deal is that there are a lot of unknowns. And so to get to a deal, we've looked at ways to share risk. And in many of these instances, we've been able to cap our risk at a financial limit. And so, you know, there's trust. There's a lot of trust in this deal, but there's also being pragmatic and saying, you know, what if the VFA report is wrong? That's risk that the city has today, and we're asking Brant to take that over. And so we've said, if, you know, we're asking you to trust our VFA report. If it's wrong, you know, we own some of that, and we will cap our limit on that. Just as our employee obligations, we own 100% of that today. And so we're willing to share some of that risk in order to create an environment where there's an orderly transition and provide some stability for the workers out there. So yes, we are fully aware of that potential.
Thank you. How many events are currently hosted at the stadium each year? Asking because Brant would be able to host 2 a year. Do we have more than, aside from football games, 2 other events annually, generally speaking? Just looking for how that works currently.
I will take a stab, but I don't know if we've had a major event. Oh, sorry. I'll pass it over to
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Through the chair, generally, we don't have any other major events. There have been in the past, but there's not even an average of one per year other than football games.
That's what I thought, but I just thought I'd check. Is it accurate that the Real Board had already commissioned work regarding potential future options for the for Real prior that they were in the midst of doing that work? I don't know if anyone can speak to that.
Mr. Nickel, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I believe Real was looking at some work because they were always, the board was very in tune to taking direction from council through the last budget to look at their operations. And there was also an ongoing motion from council that was passed in April of last year, directing administration to undertake a comprehensive review and return with options as to how best to move forward in terms of an organizational structure for Real.
Right. Okay. Yes. So there was some work underway, which has been paused while we evaluate what to do here. Now, the 20 years exclusivity to replace the Brandt Center, if the Brandt Center changed ownership, would that still apply? So no longer owned by Brandt? Through the chair.
Ms. Willoughby or Mr. Jedlick? Ms. Willoughby?
I would say the answer is no to that.
Okay, thanks. And I may have missed some of this at the start of this debate, but there is some additional work still planned on the proposal. Can you just give like a basic summary? Like I said, I may have missed that. What happens if it goes ahead at this meeting today? What are some of the next steps? And if you can just give a quick overview.
Ms. Willoughby?
Yeah, I can take that. So I think Mr. Jedlick has spoken to that actually already, but so the next steps, if we get approval of the negotiating framework that's before you, is to do that work, to close the deal, negotiate, execute the final binding agreements, and actually make the transition of ownership happen.
And there will still be some negotiation in terms of dispute resolution clauses, that sort of thing. Like those are the sorts of details that still need to be negotiated. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate. There's details around the provisions that are in the term sheet as well. Like what's in the term sheet is sort of the basics, the big ideas.
Thank you. And are there, I see in the report that there are some unknown costs still. Are there many unknown costs? One example is we don't know yet if we would have to install a separate meter for power. Are there many of those, or is there just a few?
Mr. Jedlick?
I would say that it would be fair to say there are going to be lots of unknowns as this is a large campus with a lot of buildings of varying age. Like there's going to be lots of things that we uncover as we move through this. Within this agreement and within the term sheet, there's also a due diligence period which Brandt is going to actually get into the facilities and take a look. And at that point, they may decide this is a bigger issue than they want to deal with. And so we have to be prepared for those things.
Thank you. Can you give some more information about the governance committee that is planned to sort of oversee and steward this, and what you currently can say about that?
Go ahead, Ms. Willoughby.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So what's contemplated is very similar to what's in place right now for both the stadium and to some extent on the Real campus, where the invested parties have an established committee structured with a specific terms of reference in terms of how often they're going to meet, some of the things they're going to be discussing, reviewing things like the scheduling protocols for the site, how parking access is managed when there's various events all happening at the same time, some of those sorts of things. And it would be not dissimilar to what is in place, like I said, for both the stadium and the campus today.
Thank you. And under what scenario, so if this goes ahead, then we've already learned that the additional terms would be finalized, like the terms would be finalized, and through administration, under what circumstance would this come back to council again?
Mr. Jedlick?
I would say that the only time this will come back to council is if through the negotiations of definitive agreements, we reach an impasse on something. That would be something that we would bring back, but
I'll just add that there is one other point where this will come back, because the tax exemption agreement itself requires a bylaw, so it has to come back to council.
Okay, and my read also was that if like you have the ability to negotiate within certain parameters, and so you couldn't negotiate, like couldn't be something negotiated that falls outside of the already agreed upon parameters that we are discussing today. Is that accurate?
Ms. Willoughby?
Yeah, the way the delegation of authority that's provided is worded, there is sort of fairly broad discretion given to the city manager to approve the commercial terms, as provided they're not materially inconsistent with what's in the term sheet.
Thank you. So just a few comments to close out for me. I appreciate having a deal to debate. I consider this a good debate that we're having. I'm glad to be in the situation that we have a proposal in front of us that we have to determine what we wish to do with. This is a good situation for us to weigh in and debate on.
Well, 50 seconds.
I appreciate everyone's work so far to bring it to where it is. I am frustrated that I still have so many outstanding questions on this. For example, I asked for all the city's costs to be outlined and all of our risks to be outlined, and I was referred to table 1 of the report, which includes none of that information. So what's frustrating to me is I still can't support this proposal because I was not given the information to do so. It is my job and my responsibility as an elected official to ensure I have the appropriate information to make decisions. And I don't. I still don't. And so I can't support it. And it's that simple. I sincerely hope it all goes well and that what we see is as articulated and maybe even better than imagined. And finally, I will be working on a motion to develop some policies to address some of the policy gaps that have been identified in this process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. We are at just about 6:10. It's our mandatory supper break time, so we will take 45 minutes and be back shortly. And that is carried. Thank you. We'll break for We'll get started in 1 minute. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. And next up, I have Councillor Turnbull. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you to the chair. I guess I will start with a couple questions for administration. I'm just going to ask you to give some surety and reassurance to the employees which are going along with this deal.
Ms. Willoughby?
Thank you. Sorry. Excuse me. Yeah, as you'll see through the term sheet, the Brant's commitment has been to take on all of the existing collective agreements, including the unionized staff that are there, and to offer employment to some of the out-of-scope employees as well.
And that would include the Compass employees as well?
Thank you. Yeah, the Compass arrangement is actually a separate contract that Real has today, and yes, that contract will be assigned to Brant.
Okay, and then I did want to ask about the purchasing price. I think it's a $6.5 million cap for the city for any variances in facilities and termination or extra causes. Can you tell me about that?
Mr. Jedlick, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the question. That's correct. So we looked at a number of risks that exist that belong to the city today that would be transferred to the purchaser, and we want to be fair in this arrangement. And so the purchaser agreed to rely on the VFA report outlining the condition of the buildings. But if there's any material omissions or errors in that report, we've agreed that a maximum amount up to the purchase price would be held in trust and be available for sort of material errors with that. Likewise, the termination costs, if there are any, would be to the city, and so that's also capped in that amount. And so we've tried to isolate what risks exist and share them and try to allow for the sort of most orderly transition possible.
And just to clarify, that's one cap of $6.5 million. It's not
correct.
Two separate ones.
It's a combined cap.
Okay. Thank you so much. Well, simply put, this is a good deal for Regina. The facilities we are selling are failing, and in infrastructure terms, these buildings are sick, and we can't afford to prioritize them or take care of them. The Agrodome opened in 1977. A lot has changed since then because we know better and we build better. Life safety, accessibility, and energy sustainability simply haven't kept up. Keeping the sick building open is costing us a lot. For the last 2 budget cycles, the City of Regina has given Real District around $11 million a year, with only $1 million of that going to capital. The rest just kept the lights on. And that's tax dollars, your tax dollars, every year. If I was wearing my other hat as a professional designer and functional planner, and I was asked to make a capital planning recommendation, this would be an easy recommendation to make. What we have in front of us is an opportunity. It's an opportunity that will allow us to walk away from the heavy cost of this neglected infrastructure while maintaining community events. When I first saw the proposal, like many of you, I was looking very critically, looking for potential red flags. And while there are some questions, there is nothing that would override the benefit and the good that this will bring to our community. And since this has become public, I have spent my time in the community discussing this and all the hopes and the fears. Well, there have been some anxieties Once the proposal is understood and the deal has been absorbed, it is overwhelmingly accepted and is the only responsible path route forward. This reflects the work that has been done. Administration has been navigating a good deal for our citizens in the past 6 months with the right expert consultants in place, and this is an opportunity. It is a solution to our real problems. Both protection from the higher rising costs of real and a reduction to costs. And with this proposal, we will have 99 problems, but real won't be one. And we have a lot to be excited about. The campus is going to get investment. The Brand Center is finally going to be accessible. Community events like Agribition will continue. And over the next 5 years, we can expect $79 million back to taxpayers. I'm really excited for this campus to be renewed, to be a vibrant community hub. And I've been over the terms and conditions, and I see the wide community benefit, and this is a win for us.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, just a couple questions before. So paragraph F of this term sheet contains an exclusivity clause that for 20 years forces the city into two outcomes if a new arena is ever built. So the clause itself states that to avoid triggering a buyback, the city must either, quote, transfer the rights under the master agreement to Brand, or, quote, grant Brand the rights to participate in the ownership of such new facility. So in plain terms, to me, that means that we would be surrendering operating rights, food, beverages, concessions, event revenues, or surrendering ownership stake in the building that taxpayers would be paying for if we were to do this. See, throughout the country, there are many cities and municipalities that are looking to replace or build new facilities. In the delegations themselves, we heard that, that it's something that would be welcome. So the only alternative that I see is that it would be buying back the campus at a depreciated value. So my question is, did administration produce a dollar estimate of any of these three outcomes? So that would be the buyback, the operating rights transfer, or the ownership participation. And was that presented to us anywhere?
Mr. Jedlick, go ahead.
Through the mayor, no, we didn't prepare an analysis because it would be fairly difficult to predict some of those costs. Where this comes from and where this clause was born out of is the notion that if Brand makes a significant investment into this current arena, they would be at risk if the city all of a sudden found a different partner and built a new arena somewhere else and effectively, took all the business away from their refurbished arena. And so it provides a measure of protection for them on their investment, which we felt was reasonable, knowing that there is no new arena on the horizon or currently being discussed right now. So.
All right. So thank you for that. So through the mayor, the way I understand that is that what this does is this locks the city into three options for the next 20 years. And I understand the protections for the buyers, but it does lock taxpayers. If one ever is built, option one, we would be handing Brand the operating rights. Option two, we would have to give Brand ownership stake or have to buy the entire campus back at a depreciated value. So this is one of the many concerns that I have heard that have come up. And what I hope the most is that I'm wrong. What I hope the most is that all the concerns I have, and I heard my colleagues say that, they have had an overwhelming amount of folks that have reached out saying that this is a great deal. I would say I've had the opposite. I've had an overwhelming amount of folks, both community members, that said that this is something they're concerned about. And I hope they're wrong, and I hope I'm wrong. And I hope this deal goes great for Brand, and even much better for Regina. And I really do respect the significant work administration has put in over the last few months. And to be very, very clear, I am not fundamentally opposed to private investment or development in the city. as I said last time, two things can be true at once, that I have concerns, but I also want to see development and investment. However, forever is a long time, and we're being asked to trade a permanent public asset to solve today's short-term budget issues. And while I acknowledge that the financial challenges are real, I can't ignore those concerns that I've heard. And what makes me the most uneasy is that we've been put in a take it or leave it situation. That's my feeling about it. My colleagues might feel different. With no appetite for further due diligence or limited third-party reviews of the structure of this deal. So my vote today is going to reflect the concerns of the people I represent, and I want residents and citizens to know that their voices were not dismissed and did not go unheard, and that public trust is still a priority in this chamber. And ultimately, we're thinking about entertainment as it is today. We're talking about what the campus could be today, but entertainment is not static. What people want today will likely be different when we want 30 years from now. And we only get one chance to make a deal like this. And I want to ensure that it is structured to optimize the outcome for the people of this city, not just for the next few years, but for the next few generations. Because once we do this, once this is done, it's gone forever. So I want to be wrong. I want to look back and say those concerns have been dealt with. They were not real, and that would be the best case scenario for me. But as it stands today, I have too many unanswered questions, and I feel like public assets need to be dealt with the utmost care. And residents have been very clear about those concerns to me. And it is my responsibility to listen and to make sure those are put forward. So, like I said, I hope that this is, my colleagues have been clear. I feel like this is going to pass based on what I've heard from them. And I hope they're all right. And I hope that I'm wrong and this goes great. But I can't, in good conscience, support something that I still have too many reservations about. And that, again, many folks have also reached out with those reservations that are still unanswered. So, yeah, that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no other questions from my colleagues. So with that, I will close debate.
Mayor?
Oh, am I missing? Oh, Councilor Mancinelli's online. Sorry, Councilor Mancinelli, go ahead.
No problem. I just want to take a chance to say a couple words. First of all, I'd like to thank administration for a hard job well done. It's been a unique negotiation. I felt that you did a good job on our behalf, and I thought you did a good job keeping things explained and abreast of the situation through something strange. I have a real bad echo coming here, so I'm just going to mute for a second. Is there anything you can do on your side? Should I try again? Nope, still there like crazy.
Nothing, we can't hear anything like that on our end, Councillor, so it's, yeah.
You know what, if I turn my volume down, I don't have to hear myself and I can speak, so that's what I'll do. I want to concentrate on the things that I know. I know the state of the city's assets. I know the estimate administration gave us of $300,000 a week investment to keep this afloat for quite a while. I know that we've depleted our reserves through a pandemic and through a lot of hard decisions. And I know with the actualities of today, we couldn't provide the runway to find out what might happen with Rio. So with a generous offer and a vision, I'm going to support this because I think it's going to be successful and I think it's going to be very promising for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, now I'm going to close debate. Okay, I want to start off first with a thanks to our administration, similar to Councillor Mancinelli, to Chad, to Cheryl, to the whole team. Thank you for the work on this. I know this has been a lot of hours and a lot of work, and I appreciate the due diligence that you came with in presenting this deal to us. I understand there's a lot of feelings in the community, and I think it is important that we had a fulsome discussion and hear lots of perspectives. But at the end of the day, I need to base my perspective on the facts of the matter and use our experts, because I am not a legal expert. I am not a real estate expert. And so it's important to me that I weigh the pros, the cons, and the risks against what this proposal has versus what either status quo or an alternative path would be. And from my judgment, this is by far the most viable path forward at this time. We've had third-party reviews, both from a legal perspective and from a real estate perspective. And again, no deal is perfect, but from what I've heard, from what I've read, and from what I've understood, we've gotten to a place where both parties agree that there's an opportunity for both parties to be successful in this deal. And I would say, in terms of the speed, this wasn't, I said this last time, this wasn't too fast, it wasn't too slow. It was the time it took to get to this position. We had a line in the sand as the city, and until we met that mark, that was the time that it took to get there. Heard from Thomas Benjo today, and I like one thing that he said where he talked about us punching above our weight. And I think that we do that really well as the city. And I appreciate the offer and this proposal and partnership from Brandt and the family of Brandt and the Semple family, in this partnership going together. This isn't a one and done. There's a lot of work to do beyond this, but we're going to do it together, and we're going to do it for the community together. And I think from what I've heard, it's been a fulsome discussion. I appreciate all the work done. I know our real folks are here. Thank you for your work. I don't think we would be in this position without the work that you've done over the last year, so thanks to you as well. And I think we're going to look back and be really proud of what we've left, and I'm going to be proud of what I've contributed to in my small decision making for my kids in the future, and hopefully create something pretty incredible for our community. So again, thank you to everybody. Thank you to my colleagues for the fulsome discussion. Thank you to the public for their concerns and their questions. And I really look forward to seeing this move forward. Thank you. And I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the main motion as amended.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote result of 8-3. Those voting in favor as follows: Councillor Froh, Sickles, Bezo, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Burton, Rasevich, and Mayor Bashinsky. Those voting against were Councillors Radins, Zakidniak, and Flores.
Okay, thank you. We will now consider item CR 26-54, Economic Development Regina Inc., appointment of directors. And Councillor Mancinelli, if you can hear me, I would ask you to introduce the report.
I can do that. I'm just getting set up. This report was brought to the Executive Committee. There was a range of renewals and recommendations brought forth from Economic Development Regina. Just to mention, they do have an HR subcommittee, so the recommendations are usually vetted, thought through, and thorough. And with that, they've come forward with the recommended candidate, which was passed on to City Council.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Froh, and a seconder. Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Froh, would you like to speak to the report? Okay, any questions on this report from any members? Seeing none. Councillor Fro, anything final? Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote result of 10 to 1. Those voting in favor as follows are Councillors Fro, Sickley, Spizo, Mancinelli, Burton, Radin, Zakidniak, Flores, Rasevich, and Mayor Bashinsky. And the member voting against was Councillor Turnbull.
Okay, we will now consider item CM 26-4, Waste Management Bylaw Supplementary Report. And I will ask I'll ask Deputy City Manager Curtis Doney to introduce the report, please.
Through you, Mayor, this report is just a minor adjustment to the report that you approved last council. Basically what it's doing is just clarifying that garbage and recycling material needs to be co-located, so the bins need to be co-located. So it was always intended that way, but just as we did the final draft of the bylaw, some clarification required.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Zakidniak and a seconder. Councillor Radins. Councillor Zakidniak, would you like to speak to it?
No.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none. Councillor Zakidniak, anything final?
No.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Councillor Sickleys?
I think media has volume on and it's playing the YouTube version of what we're doing. Can we just get them to turn
Yep.
the volume off?
Yeah, that's
Kind of distracting.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Give us 1 second here. Okay. We will now consider the following bylaws. It'll be 2026-30, the Waste Management Amendment Bylaw 2026, and 2026-22, the Community Nonprofit Tax Exemption for the Arcola East Community Association Inc. Bylaw 2026. I'll ask Deputy Mayor Bezo to do first reading of the bylaws, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Turnbull, that bylaw number 2026-30 and number 2026-22 be introduced and read for a first time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, first reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Bezo, can you please do second reading of the bylaws?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, second by Councillor Flores, that bylaws number 2026-30 and number 2026-22 be read for a second time.
Does any member have any questions? Okay, seeing no questions, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on second reading of the bylaws.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Bezo, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaws?
Yes, Mayor. I move, second by Councillor Raduns, that bylaw number 2026-30 and number 2026-22 go to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Bezo, can you please do final reading of the bylaws?
Yes, Mayor, I'm very excited to move, and seconded by my favorite councillor in Ward 8, Shannon Skiniak. That bylaws number 2026-30 and number 2026-22 be read for the third time.
I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, a third and final reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously.
Okay, we will now consider item CR 26-49, 2027-2028 budget process. And I'll ask Councillor Siklees to please introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. At Audit and Finance Committee, we met and talked about this, and we were asking for City Council to approve the 2027-2028 recommended budget process as outlined in the report, and directed MIN to bring the following in Q4 of this year to use in the budget process. A, an updated and enhanced long-range financial model using the LRFM that was originally developed in 2016, which the Mayor introduced at Audit and Finance to us. And B, a developed long-range financial plan that translates the LRFM results into a 20-year plan that explains the city's fiscal drivers, trade-offs, and risks in plain language.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Bezo, and a seconder, Councillor Siklees. Councillor Bezo, do you have anything to add to that report?
Yes, absolutely, Mayor. Thank you for bringing this up through the Audit and Finance, and this is a very good planning tool to show us what we do around the council chambers and how we can affect future projects or future budgets, and has long-range projections and planning models built in, not only from a capital, but from an operational and maintenance aspect as well, too.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I see questions. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate that introduction actually, because it flagged a question that I had, because this recommendation 2 was not part of the original administration recommendation, so it seems like it was added by the committee. And apparently, I'm just looking for some more information. It looks like this model was developed in 2016, and then have we just not utilized it? So just looking for a bit of background from either someone on the committee or administration, perhaps both, but just wanting to understand that a bit further.
Yeah, I'll maybe ask Mr. May to comment. Go ahead.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor. You're correct. A model was developed in 2016. It has been updated internally over time. However, it hasn't at some point in time fell out of use.
Yeah.
And so we see a lot of merit in reinvigorating it and bringing it back.
Great. And so this came up in the committee. Was this something that administration recognized that there was merit in this, or was it one of the committee members who said, well, what about this? How come we're not doing this?
So I can speak to that, Councillor. Yeah. So I was speaking with Mr. Anderson at the time, and we had a discussion about how this model had existed. And so through that discussion, I advised that I would be wanting to bring something forward to the committee to add this, to get that back on the radar, with the intent of having a long-range financial model that gives us a longer projection as to what impact our decisions make.
Great. Okay. And then I just thought it was really important to clarify the budget process a bit, because we certainly had some misunderstandings or just not a shared understanding on council or administration. At least some of us on council had a different interpretation of what would happen last year. So to make sure I am crystal clear, will administration, maybe either just an overview of how it's going to work this year, specifically whether administration is going to be bringing a recommendation to council. Last year, my interpretation of what happened is that administration said, this is what you would need to maintain city services, and that was the 15.69% or whatever. It wasn't necessarily a recommendation, it was just information, and it was up to us to determine what to do with that. So my preference is a recommendation from administration, so I just wanted clarity if that's how this is going to work this year, or proposed to work.
Mr. May?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, thank you, Councillor. That is how it's going to work this time. We will be drafting a proposed budget that administration proposes for council. And it will be built so that it keeps the council's strategic imperative in mind, which says that Regina needs to be at the bottom 25% of its comparator cities in terms of property taxes levied per capita. So we will fold all that information together and prepare a proposed budget for you to consider.
And in order to do that, it would have to be within 5.81%, right? That would be the maximum.
That's currently what the math is telling us, yes.
Yes. And then so you would give that number to meet the strategic imperative, but also it would say, but here's some other options that we weren't able to recommend, and the pros and cons of that, I guess. Is that accurate?
That is correct. Much like we had last year, there will be a series of additional meetings starting in July.
Yeah.
There'll be 5 extra meetings, and we will at that time be able to have a discussion about what risks, if any, are being run by sticking to that imperative, and what services or service enhancements administration would recommend that might put us over that amount. But just to, as you've said, to identify any risks that might be inherent in our proposed budget.
And then the report said that the feedback from these preliminary budget meetings and public engagement through the pre-budget survey, along with the partner budgets, would then come, may change, like there would be, the final, incorporated into a final draft for council. So feedback from the meetings may change what administration recommends. Is that accurate?
That, through the mayor, yes, that's accurate. If we receive direction to do something different or to exceed that strategic imperative, then we will build that into the proposed budget.
And I guess because we won't know the partner budgets, and because the imperative is to keep the, just trying to find the imperative, to keep, it's specific to the property taxes.
That's correct.
And so it's to keep it to 5 point whatever I just said, 81%. If our partner budgets could bump some of our stuff below the line, because we have to adjust our budget due to our partner budgets. Is that accurate?
Mr. Nicol?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, keep in mind that the partner budgets, a couple of them, in this case, the PCC and EDR, are very, very modest. Mm-hmm. And we do have an indication from the preliminary consideration last year of the 2-year budget of where the police are coming in.
Okay.
So we already have an idea of where we're at, but clearly 5.81% is going to be where we are going to focus on, and we're going to be using our best professional judgment and based on any feedback we might hear that might make us reconsider something.
Okay.
But when we come to you, as Mr. May said, it will be based on 5.81% with all the implications of not doing X or postponing X or whatever.
And because our strategic imperative is specific to property taxes, I think the report indicates that the utility operating and capital budget process will remain, like, it'll exist in like a status quo way where administration will come to council with a recommendation. Okay, lots
Yes.
of head nodding. Last question, I see, and that, you know, what we've set aside for budget deliberations is December 8th through 11th, which is Tuesday through Friday, I think. Sorry, I didn't catch this sooner because we would have approved this, but why aren't we setting aside Monday through Friday when, especially based on what happened last year where we did need all 5 days?
I was of the assumption it was Monday to Friday, unless there was a typo, or maybe it was determined that 4 days might be sufficient, given that this is essentially a discussion of a year 2 budget that you saw last year. But I don't know, perhaps the city clerk might have some information on that.
Go ahead, Ms. Ackerman.
Through you, Mayor, we had just put forward the meeting schedule to council. We usually, in past practice, hadn't scheduled it on a Monday because we are usually waiting for our delegation deadlines for when delegates have to have their submissions in by. So that's usually why we schedule it further on. But at the same time, when we present that to council, if they wish for the dates to be different, at that time, they can move an amendment to change their dates. Council approved their budget dates last year in December for this year.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, I didn't catch this sooner. But so if we were to start it on Monday instead of Tuesday, that would just mean that the delegation deadline would be the Friday before. Is that accurate? Because that's what we did last year, isn't it?
Through you, Mayor, yes, those adjustments could be made. If council is wanting to make that change, there would be a reconsideration motion required to reconsider the meeting schedule of which they approved for this year.
Sorry? But this past budget, we did Monday through Friday. Am I right there? And then the deadline for folks to sign up as delegations would have been the Friday before?
Ms. Ackerman?
Through you, Mayor, I cannot recall the exact dates, but there was a reconsideration motion that was held to change the budget dates, which also addressed when the change for the delegation submission deadline would be as well too, to reflect those change in dates.
Okay.
So a similar thing could happen for consideration for this year's budget deliberations as well.
Okay, I think that we should do it on Monday and then perhaps we're done a day sooner. I would hate to do it Tuesday through Friday and have to carry it over into the following week. Is it possible to reconsider that right now at this meeting if there is consent to do so?
Ms. Ackerman, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, yes, Administrator or Council could make that decision at this meeting. It would require a motion to reconsider their decision, and it would require a unanimous consent of Council to consider that at this meeting to waive notice.
Okay, well, so in the interest of expediency, I propose that we start on Monday instead of Tuesday. And so if folks are open to just making that decision tonight, I would welcome the opportunity to go ahead and do that.
So I'll just comment briefly. I mean, I won't be in favor just because I think folks should take some time to look at calendars and look at that before making a decision on the floor of council when nobody's heard that was coming before. So
Okay.
I can just tell you that I won't be in favor of that, so it won't pass.
Okay, so I can't guarantee, I've got motions, I'm not looking for a new motion to bring, so I don't know if I'll bring it or not, but I do believe that we should be starting on Monday instead of Friday. I'm not sure that I'll be bringing a reconsideration motion, but that is my position. Other than that, I appreciate the budget process as outlined. I just wanted to make sure we were all clear, or especially that I was clear. And so I feel that I have that clarity, and I endorse and look forward. I don't know. Do I look forward? It's going to be, it sounds like a good plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. Thanks for the work. There's obviously some good pieces here. I do have one concern, and I just want to make sure before I express it that I understand it. So I'd be thrilled to see property taxes not be as high as last year, but I first want to understand the needs of the city. Like, I want to understand first what is required to run this city before I agree to any number. I think that's our job. I certainly want to see a recommendation personally from administration, but most importantly, I want to see the needs to run our city properly before I agree to any number. So I'm uncomfortable, sort of, it feels to me like we're kind of putting on handcuffs before we get to the process. But so I'm looking for some clarity, because it could be that I don't understand it. My preference is to see recommendations, see administration say, yes, you have said you want to be in this area, but this is our recommendation to properly run the city based on what you've agreed to in the past and what we think is required in our capital plan and what we think we need to do a good job. So I'm looking for some clarity there to make sure I understand it before I go any further.
Mr. Nicol?
Thank you, Mayor. I think, Councillor Fro, we will get to that point, but we have to have a starting point. And the starting point is an integral part of your strategic plan that you passed last year, and that pegs it right now at 5.81. But we will clearly, in the implications, say, notwithstanding your target, these things will fall off. They have an associated cost, et cetera, et cetera. So you will get to the point of understanding, if you want to do everything, what it will cost. But we have to reconcile it down to 5.81 because that's the explicit direction of your strat plan. And if not, then one would question why it's in the strat plan.
Thank you. Through the chair, there's a show. Yeah, well, I guess we can carefully have this conversation. There are a lot of things in our strat plan. If we're operating with the explicit understanding of all of those things are happening, that would be good to know if that in fact is the case.
Sorry, Mayor, through the mayor, my position or direction to administration is that we have to start with 5.81 because that is the objective standard that is outlined. That is the only objective measure we have right now to start with, and then people can discuss and debate. Well, yes, but we have this principle. We're supposed to be looking through a lens. What would that mean if we did that? What about these things that we are having to defer for yet another year or two? But we have to start somewhere, because you heard Councillor Zakidniak say that it wasn't her preference the way it was last year. But now that we have the target, my position is that is the only objective target we have, and that's what we're going to stick with. But we will show you all the implications. As I said, we'll just come at it a different way.
And so I guess my last question, I know we all want to get home, is will you provide a professional recommendation on what it takes to run our city the way that you believe it needs to be run outside of the 5.81? Or will you build a budget that says this is a budget with 5.81, and oh, by the way, if you want to do all these other things, and kind of go ahead and debate it and add it all up?
Through you, Mayor, yes, Councillor, that's essentially where we will start. We will be using our best professional judgment to say, all things being equal, this is how we reconcile to 5.81. And then we will look at the other things that Council has indicated it's interested in, things that we have flagged in the strat plan that need to be addressed, and we will tell you at that point, this is what it will take to get there. And then ultimately, again, it will be your decision collectively to determine, do you wish to hold tight to 5.81, knowing the full implications, or do you want to go above that? For some of you, you may want to go below that. We're just here to wait for the direction, but we have to give you something to chew on, so to speak.
Thank you. What I don't hear, and I understand that you're operating with the direction that you believe that you've been given, is I don't hear that you'll be giving us a recommendation, a professional recommendation. And so I think it would be very unwise for us to commit to a budget that the starting point is 5.81 before we actually know what it is that actually is required to sort of run this city. I'd like to keep taxes lower too, but I think my first job is to actually understand what is required to run the city based on what we've committed to and what is required. And so I'm going to vote no, because I do want to see a recommendation from administration, and I don't want to see a budget built that doesn't necessarily advance what we believe is required to sort of run this town. So thanks.
Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, I have to disagree. You just can't leave this open-ended like we did last year at 15%, and in 2 years we've had almost a 20% mill rate increase in this city. And on top of it, we have priorities, and it's our job with priorities to give service levels. And I think that's where administration, will, I guess, consult us about service levels and what type of service levels we can give to our priorities, and that's our job. So I'll leave it at that. And I guess what I would like to see is, where are we at based on our decisions right now in terms of a mill rate increase, so that moving through the rest of the year, we have an idea of how much any decisions we make, how far above could we go past this, I guess the 5.8 or what is it, 5.8% mill rate increase? It'd be nice to know where we're at right now, to an extent. Anyway.
Mr. Nicol?
Thank you, Mayor. So as outlined in the report that is being considered, the first meeting that we have is scheduled for July 28th.
Okay.
And at that time, we will give you the initial look as to
Okay.
where we stand currently and going into 27.
No, that's great. But again, yeah, it comes down to priorities, service levels, and that'll be up to us.
Councillor Flores?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I just want a little bit of clarification in terms of, because I do agree with Councillor Fro in terms of, I'm not comfortable just sticking to a number and then we have to, on this floor, figure out how we make the other things happen that have to happen. So just for clarity, what we have before us, just from what I read, is the process that kind of binds us to that, but not really. Like, is it just, can you explain that to me again? Just so
Mr. Nicol, go ahead.
Thank you. With respect to all members, you're not bound to it. We have to start somewhere. So it will remain your prerogative to say thanks. I know that was our strategic plan imperative, but given the needs of the city and what admin is flagging for us are outstanding concerns, lingering concerns, we are going to collectively decide to say go 7.5%. I just throw that number out. But it's not binding you in any way, but it's got to give you a place to start. We will make recommendations where we think it's best. The budget we bring you will be our best effort to reconcile everything that council has collectively directed within the confines of that 5.81, and then we'll give you the implications of how you could get there through a combination of a reallocation, a reprioritization, or a mill rate increase. But we're not tying your hands. We want to give you some place to really start with so that we don't necessarily repeat last year.
All right. Thank you for that. Through you, Mayor. So just to be clear, I do understand we're not bound to that number, but, and I know you kind of answered this, but it's still, I'm still having a hard time grasping that we are not going to get as a starting point your recommendation of what it would take to run the city. The starting point is this 5 point something, and outside of that, we're going to get recommendations of like all the other things that we need that were not included, and it is up to us to choose and pick what we believe is a priority from that list that would be added to that starting point. Is that correct?
Well, through the mayor, that's how I interpret it, keeping in mind that when you see the first numbers in July, you may see them to be already exceeding this, and that, we have to start from somewhere. And I know we make the recommendations to you, but ultimately it is council members who will ultimately decide on the prioritization. We cannot prioritize or will not prioritize necessarily. We can prioritize road A over road B, but it's very difficult to ask anybody to prioritize Road A versus a new playground. And so that's where you as politicians come in. We're here to give you the information, the associated implications of where that goes. But again, your strategic plan, which you approved last year, 5.81 is your strategic imperative. That's what you agreed to. And that is our starting point based on the explicit direction we were given.
All right, thank you. Yeah, that's all for me.
Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello, I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Fro and Flores. I'm less scared of a budget like last year versus the year before, where the accessibility plan was just completely cut out based on numbers being met. I would rather have the services noted, and I believe, and maybe this is something you can look into, that Saskatoon actually does it by putting out a grocery list of like 20 to 200 things, of things like reducing window cleaning, and all of that is like a selection for their council to go through before this process. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with them. I think we need to know what we're cutting and all of that, because I know that 5.81 is our goal and that's our strategic imperative, but I don't want to be like, okay, well, that's our end all be all, so we've cut out big parts of our strategic imperatives to meet that because of that. We don't have the benchmarks or measuring sticks for a lot of our value systems yet, so I'm definitely not comfortable with that. So I'm inclined to agree with them, and I guess I will also vote no.
Okay, Councillor, you already spoke to this one, so, but I'll just say, I brought forward the starting point last budget. So we did have a starting point, and we agreed on some things and didn't agree on some things. I heard very clearly from our acting city manager that it's a starting point. We're not bound to it. And I think what we'll see is those implications will be shown to see what those plus and minuses are, which is what we did last go around. But I proposed a starting point rather than administration proposing a starting point. The starting point I provided was based on recommendations. Oh, sorry, you guys good? I proposed a starting point after working with administration on that number. So I think it's cutting actually me as a middle person. Is my interpretation is that we will get that similar information. It's that administration is going to bring that forward as a starting point. It's not binding. We will be shown the implications of the pluses and minuses, no different than we did the last go around. But instead of me proposing a starting point, administration is going to do it up front instead of myself or any other council member for that matter. So I heard clearly that we're going to see the implications of any changes to service levels in that. So we will know what it takes, like noted, to run the city. And so I expect that we would have that same level of transparency, so that way we can understand if the 5.81 is a accurate number when we talk to our residents and understand the service expectations that they have. So that's my perspective on that. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Actually, you know what? I think that your comments cleared up any of mine, so I'm good to go. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Anybody else who hasn't spoken yet? Councillor Siklees, go ahead.
I'm a little embarrassed because I don't know what we're voting for right now.
Your recommendation.
This is the budget process that we approved at Audit and Finance.
As it was presented.
Correct.
Okay, I'm good. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Oh, no apology needed. Okay, seeing no further questions, Councillor Bezo, are you online? Would you like to close debate?
No, thank you very much, Mayor. This entire process, as you stated, is a starting point. The other version that we could do is zero-based budgeting, or just throwing everything at the kitchen table to see what will stick for a budget. But this is a very good starting point, and it's good for consideration for what we're doing.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bezo. With that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please. Councillor Rasevich, can I get your verbal vote? Oh, sorry, I'll just get you on the mic. Go ahead.
In favor.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote result of 9-2. Those voting in favor as follows were Councillors Fro, Sickley, Spizo, Mancinelli, Burton, Radens, Zakidniak, and Rasevich, as well as Mayor Bashinsky. And those voting against were Councillors Turnbull and Councillor Flores.
Okay, so we'll move on to consider item MN 26-5, Accessibility Advisory Committee Recommendation Process. And Councillor Turnbull, I'll get you to introduce your motion, and then once you've introduced it, I'll ask for a seconder, and then you can speak further to it.
Okay, we're here. I wasn't sure if we'd get this today. So this was a result of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. We worked on it together. They all independently voted on it. In some ways, this is housekeeping, and hopefully this can go fast. I did ask for input from everyone, but what it was is to improve some processes. The main problem the Accessibility Committee identified is that issues can go to council without them ever being seeing them or ever being aware of it. And that's because as a council committee, we direct what goes to the Accessibility Committee, but that is kind of inefficient because often we direct something to the Accessibility Committee when it's already under the decision or vote. So it's kind of opposite. So what the solution was is to direct what things should go to the Accessibility Committee for input before coming to the Executive Committee and to refine that process. So what is outlined is like a mandatory so any sort of reduction in accessibility, like removing an accessible feature or service would then go to the Accessibility Committee to recommend. Like if there was anything there, it would go to the Accessibility Committee. They would talk and then make a recommendation along with the city report. And then in the regular cycle, they would review the master plans, parking bylaws. And there's some additional items in there, building and design standards, event and grant policies, and some benchmarks. And so it's kind of the same process for all these items. The administration would prepare the report as usual. It would then come to the Accessibility Committee. They would review and vote, and then the recommendation would be included in the report instead of after the fact. And then the motion also addresses the committee size and honorariums. Right now it has to have exactly 11 members, but this changes for some flexibility between 11 and 15 members. It also added a preference for Rick Hansen Accessibility Certified Professional. Again, sort of housekeeping. And then the last thing is honorariums, and it's to ask to have $50 per meeting for the members starting in the to be considered in the 2027 budget. And that's because their lived experience isn't a volunteer side project. It's expertise, it costs them time, transportation, and energy to participate. Both provincial and federal accessibility laws recognize that input from people with disabilities is a requirement and it's not a courtesy. And this motion says that contribution has value and should be recognized. So that's what this motion.
Okay, I'll just ask for a seconder before, and then I'll go back to you, Councillor, to continue any comments. So for Councillor Turnbull's motion, is there a seconder for Councillor Turnbull's motion? Councillor Radens? Okay, Councillor Turnbull, back to you to speak to your motion. Go ahead.
Sorry, I think I was sort of talking to the motion that entire time.
That's okay. Do you have anything else to add before opening up for questions?
It's a housekeeping one. It did have to come to council in order to change this from them. I did tell them that as I spoke to councillor and to administration beforehand, that there didn't seem to be any objections, but they are more than happy to come and email anyone or discuss this as there was a vote and this was from them.
Okay, any questions from members? Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Okay, I think you already noted this, Councillor Turnbull, but you worked with administration in terms of crafting this motion. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then, so just to make sure I understand, because it talks about point 1, bring forward a revised Schedule B, and then it talks about adding to the terms of reference. So what that means is those decisions, as you articulated, I believe, would go to the Accessibility Advisory Committee for their input, and then after that, go to council.
Yeah, so it doesn't, so currently, since they're a committee of council, we direct what they look at, which sometimes is a little bit opposite, because we'll get a motion and then we'll say, oh, we need to report where they look at it. This is sort of defining the terms of reference of what goes to the committee in advance.
Yep.
And then similar to our other committees, they then can get a report and vote on the recommendation, yes or no. And then when it comes to council, it will actually have, they voted
a recommendation
on
from the committee
on this.
Yeah. Okay, and then point 3, just want to make sure I understand this. So to bring this citizen appointment matrix for committees of council. So is this to make sure that the accessibility committee doesn't see any concerns with that?
So because it is a committee of council, everything that they look at, they can't bring their own agenda items. So things they wanted to look at, additional items were the building and design standards, event and event grant policies, benchmarks and measuring sticks for our strategic plan, and the committee selection criteria matrix. But as it stands now, they can't actually bring their own agenda items onto it, only we can. So these are things they would like to look at and make recommendations on. As a committee of council, they can't make decisions for us, but this is just things they would like to look at.
Okay. I think the acting city clerk just wants to make a comment quickly. Go ahead, Ms. Ackerman.
Through you, Chair. Thanks for the commentary and the questions, Councillor Zakini. I just wanted to provide some clarification with some of the commentary that Councillor Turnbull is providing. So items that would come to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, the Accessibility Advisory Committee reports to Executive Committee, not directly to Council. So when items come forward, they would be making recommendations to Executive Committee. So any recommendations that they would have to make to Council would go through recommendations that they make to the Executive Committee. And secondly, there was one other comment, and I'm losing my train of thought from a comment that Councillor Turnbull just made. My apologies. If it comes back to me, I'll raise my hand.
Sure. Okay. But so in terms of point 3, I guess, so is the intent there to see if the citizen appointment matrix adequately considers accessibility in that process? I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Yeah, so they would like that to come to them to look at it and come to exec as part of the recommendations, but they don't make the decision. They would just be recommending on that part of the committee process.
I think the acting city clerk remembered the second point. If you would indulge her, go ahead.
My apologies. It's been a long day. Through you, Chair. So to be clear, the Accessibility Advisory Committee can, even with these changes that are being made to complement what's already in their terms of reference, the Accessibility Advisory Committee cannot direct administration to do any work or to bring them information, even if that is within their terms of reference. The purpose of their terms of reference is just indicating to administration what types of items would need to be brought forward for their consideration on items that they are doing work on. And so, for example, if it had to do with a matter with respect to one of the master plans that is noted in the motion, then when administration is working on that type of work, they should bring that forward to the Accessibility Advisory Committee to consider so that they can put that accessibility and inclusion lens on the matter at hand, and then provide any sort of feedback or recommendations that they wish for the Executive Committee to consider.
Okay, so, okay. So I still have a question about point 3, because I thought what that meant was the feedback on the matrix itself, but what I'm hearing from you, Councillor Turnbull, is it intended to be like every time that there is a citizen appointment needed for a committee that it goes to the Accessibility advisory committee for their feedback? And so I'm just confused now.
No, I don't believe that's the intent. I think the intent is as we go through that process, they just wanted to weigh in on it for the inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility lens. So really, this is their agenda items of things they would like to be taken to them because they can't actually make their own agenda items.
I think the acting city clerk has another point just to raise on that. Go ahead.
Through you, Chair, thank you. So with respect to your questions about the Accessibility Advisory Committee wanting to weigh in on the evaluation criteria for the appointment process, I do not feel from a governance perspective that that would be appropriate, given that that could be taken as an unfair advantage point in the event that any of those members wished to be considered for reappointment to the Accessibility Advisory Committee or any other committees for that matter. So I don't know that that would be appropriate for something like that to be added to their terms of reference.
Sorry, you're talking about point 3? Okay, because I'm still not 100% clear, but regardless, I'm hearing you say that you have a governance concern with the inclusion of point 3 now. Like
sorry,
go ahead,
I didn't
Ms.
realize my
Ackerman.
microphone was on. Through you, Chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay. So, okay. So before, is there anything further from administration? And well, I guess on that note, based on that, Councillor Turnbull, do you have any, do you wish to remove point 3 or do you wish to leave it there? Just.
I'd be fine doing a separate vote with it. I understand the intent of it. I don't think it was, I think it was intended to have the lens of like when you're looking at it for the, because we talk a lot about these committees, the council, when you're looking at something from the idea standpoint, I think it would be fair for them to talk about, give their recommendation. Because of course, when the accessibility committee gives the recommendation, it doesn't actually, it comes back to exec as a recommendation. It doesn't actually make the decision, we do.
So, I guess just to try and put a fine point on it, is your intent with number 3 about the decision, the matrix or the nominees that like there
Not
would
the
be
nominees themselves, no, just as we develop how we do the committees and we're looking at that lens of the inclusivity and all of that for them to have input on what should be included and what shouldn't be for the demographics of our city, for accommodations and all that kind of things when it comes to our committees.
So just the process, not the people.
Yeah, the process, not the people.
And for someone from administration, do we actually have a defined citizen appointment matrix for citizen nominations to committees of council, or is part of this like that we're potentially going to be developing this, or just like looking for information on that?
Ms. Ackerman?
Through you, Chair, this was work that we have underway, that we are reviewing as part of our governance review with respect to the procedure bylaw, because the appointment process is governed underneath the procedure bylaw. So this was work that we already have underway that we are looking into.
And so hearing Councillor Turnbull's clarification on what she's intended about the process, not the people, does that change your governance concerns with point 3?
Ms. Ackerman?
Through you, Mayor, if it is at the will and direction of council that they wish for us to consult with the Accessibility Advisory Committee on our review that we are currently doing, we can do that, but this is not something that I feel needs to be inserted as part of their terms of reference to make an amendment to the procedure bylaw on an ongoing basis.
So you're saying because it's a one-off thing, you can commit to doing it without changing the terms of reference?
Ms. Ackerman?
Through you, Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Hold on, Councillor Turnbull, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, this is actually a perfect example because currently this would come to city council. Then I'd say, hey, did you check with the accessibility committee? Can we send on a report to go to the accessibility committee to check on this? And then we'd be inefficient. Where this is outlaying the process beforehand where it comes with the report. And this has been actually exactly the process which has led to the creation of this, is because we're going to the accessibility after the fact instead of before the fact, because the things are actually have to at the direction of council. So that never would have gone to the accessibility committee unless it was in this process, and it would have been come to the council where I would have been like, hey guys, can we please send this to the accessibility committee after the fact? So this is a perfect example of what this motion is intended to fix.
Okay.
Just Mr. Nichol, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just one thing for members to consider, and this is just a suggestion, is that, maybe with the concurrence of the committee, maybe you might consider tabling this and give us all a chance to look at the implications. This is very broad, and there is a considerable addition to the purported mandate of the committee. And if that's what you want, that's fine, but we have to understand, like, it is very broad, like when it's talking about, and I've heard from both Minister Doney and Ms. Bryden about, the interpretation of a master plan. Like, is the water master plan, is that somehow relevant to is that what you intended, Councillor? Is, like, we're trying to figure out when it says in part 1A.1, services to be usable by all people, that's incredibly broad, and is that how you're intending for us to interpret that?
Councillor Trimble, go ahead. I'll get your mic on.
With all due respect, I have maybe emailed administration every 2 weeks and talked to people about this motion for about 2 months and asked for feedback, and I have asked for meetings about this motion, and I have asked every single person on this council for motions, and I had told the accessibility committee that they did not have to appear here as a delegation because there were no concerns, because with all due respect, I have emailed administration every 2 weeks about this motion to ask if there was any concerns and if we could have any meetings about this so that we could, and I was told no over and over again, or received no response. And that is why the accessibility committee is not here to acting as a delegation, because nobody had any concerns. And this has come to attention for probably over 2 months on a weekly basis. So with all due respect, I would love to have that meeting, but I would love to have that meeting where I could have told the delegates to come here and speak for themselves when I asked.
So, Councillor Trimble, maybe I'll ask if, given that there's some concerns, rather than, giving maybe a chance to take this away and have those conversations, would you like to propose to table so we can have some little bit more time to do that? I'll check with you on that.
I don't know what to do here because I've been asking to talk about this, like I said. So I don't know. Are we actually going to? Because there's been plenty of time. And am I able to have the delegations if there's actually concerns? Because they did all vote on this, and this did come from the committee, and I told them that they didn't have to come because of our whole schedule, because there wasn't any concerns. So.
Okay, Councillor Trimble, go ahead.
If you would like more time, you can have more time.
Okay, so I'll take that as a motion to table, Councillor Turnbull. I'll look for a seconder to table the motion. Councillor Fro. Okay, I'll look, is anyone opposed to tabling? Okay, and that is carried, so we'll table this particular motion. And it'll be tabled to the next council meeting. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Councillor Sickley's and a seconder. Councillor Zakiniak. Any opposed? And carried.